Welcome everybody to the 10th round of Tata Steel Chess Tournament. I'm International Master Sofika Goramishvili alongside with Super Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, how do you feel? Already 10th round and we have one sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, but Magnus won his game yesterday against Alireza Firouzja, who was the leader of the tournament, and he's just half point behind. Do you think Magnus will win this tournament?
Well, I don't know, but he's definitely now in striking distance. Magnus has regained his confidence. And I do remember also last year when he started slow, then he drew the first 3-4 games and then he started winning, and we all know that when he starts winning then he's extremely dangerous. Especially also his pairings are quite nice. I mean, after winning 2 games, now having white against Vladislav Kovalev is also something that he definitely looks forward to.
Yeah, and we have the pairings of round 10. Daniil Dubov versus Anish Giri. They played a lot of, not a lot of games, but Daniil knocked out Anish from Grand Prix. Yang Yiyu against Wesley So. They also played quite a lot of games, and recently Wesley knocked him out from Jerusalem Grand Prix tournament. Jeffrey Chong against Vladislav Artemiev never played against each other. Jordan van Foreest and Duda. Actually, it was last year when Jordan beat young Christoph Duda in Tata Steel Chess Tournament, but he was with black pieces. Magnus Carlsen versus Vladislav Kovalev. They just played in Isle of Man 2018, if I'm not... 19, yes. Right. And it was draw where we were talking with you, Peter, where Vladislav was completely winning, but he was with white pieces. Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja. That will be the key game of today, and Vishwanathan Anand versus Nikita Vityugov. Interesting pairings, and here we have the standings of challengers. We have 3 people leading the tournament. David Anton Guijaro, Erwin Lamy and Pavel Elyanov. They are sharing first place with 6 points out of 9, and Surya Ganguly is having 5.5 out of 9. Let's see the pairing of challengers as well. And there we go. Rauf Mamedov plays against Lucas van Foreest. Noderberg Abdusattorov plays against Max Varmerdam. Dinara Sadvukasova against Anton Smirnov. David Anton Guijaro against Pavel Elyanov. And I think that will be the key game of challengers, as 2 leaders are facing each other. Jan Smits versus Niels Grandelius, Surya Ganguly against Sarin Nihal, the Indian clash, and Erwin Lamy versus Vincent Keimer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have just 5 minutes to go to the start of the round. We already see that Vladislav Artemiev is sitting on the board. Magnus Carlsen will be the last one to enter the playing hall as usual, I guess, and he has definitely chances to win 4 games maybe in a row.
Well, I mean, anything is possible. And now also very interesting that how Fabiano will deal with Firouzja. I mean, this is the moment when you really want to get Firouzja. He lost yesterday to Magnus and he lost with white, so facing now Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces for Alireza, it will be of course very, very tough, a real challenge how to deal with this situation. And yeah, Magnus with white, he wants to continue his streak for sure, but let's see. I mean, Vladislav had some incredible escapes in the last 2 games. Whether I believe the right strategy is not to give Magnus any chances, because if Magnus gets any kind of chance just near of what Vladislav's opponents had got against him in the last 2 rounds, then it's really bad news for Vladislav, and he can't count on miracle against Magnus.
Yeah, and difficult pairing as well for Vladislav, as he is playing Magnus Carlsen today, but tomorrow he's facing Fabiano Caruana.
No, tomorrow is a rest day.
Tomorrow is a rest day.
And that's good news, and then he has white.
Yeah.
So I think he's not thinking yet about that game. He wants to survive today and then take it from there.
That's true. Tomorrow we have rest day, and then we will have final 3 rounds to go, which will be very, very important. It's a long tournament. How to deal with such long tournaments, 13 rounds?
Yeah, it's very, very tough. Okay, I think the organizers are doing a great job that they are trying to give the rest days towards the end of the tournament. Okay, one can argue that the last 3 games are very tough, but it's Friday, Saturday and Sunday, so it's clear that you don't want to miss the action. Spectators are coming, we know exactly what kind of crazy full house we have in Vikings on the weekends, so this is kind of logical, but also tough for the players, and just this last round that it starts a little bit earlier already also disbalances the players, but what to do, that's how life goes.
Yeah, it's last round, so it's understandable. Oh, some fan is talking to Vladislav, I guess.
No, that's Boris Postovsky, the legendary Soviet
my apologies.
Delegate leader and national captain and so on. And he is here with Vladislav Artemiev, actually. I have seen him in the last 1 week.
Oh, okay.
So giving final advice how to deal with the situation for Artemiev.
He's playing against Jeffrey. Jeffrey has tough tournament. It started pretty well, but in the middle it got a bit messy for him.
Yeah, but it's kind of also understandable. The tournament is very, very tough. It's his first experience in Vikings A group.
Yeah.
So, I mean, facing all these top guys day after day, it's kind of normal that at some point it will get tough.
Yeah, that is true. And there we see Anish Giri
getting ready,
and
I believe this will be a big game. This will be a big game because, I mean, Daniil Dubov has a reputation of being a very creative and very aggressive player, and the last 2 games I'm pretty sure that he was not satisfied what has happened yet. He had quite 2 short draws, so he is definitely willing to show today that he can fight, and he will be very aggressive, in my opinion.
Don't scare me, Peter. Come on.
Yeah, but this doesn't mean it's bad news for Anish. Then he will also have his chances, and we will be treated to a great show.
Yes, but I still remember that he's my husband, so don't scare me. Yeah, and there we see Optiver. Optiver is Anish's sponsor, and the guys, they are from Optiver as well, visiting Anish.
Yeah, I see also the T-shirt of the gentleman with the in the middle.
Yeah, and we hear the music.
Yeah, the gong is approaching. Yeah.
Soon the games will start. Oh. Where is Magnus? Is he there?
I guess he's on his way. Huh?
Nope.
Well, he's on his way. I didn't say where he is, but he's on his way for sure. Yeah.
He's not there yet, but he's on his way. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, before the gong will hit, he will just appear.
That's his trick. Do you think it has some psychological effect on opponents?
I don't know if it has, but for example, Gary was also legendary for coming, even back then there were no punishments.
Yeah.
So he was always coming 5 minutes late just to tease the photographers and journalists who were waiting for him. And whenever I played against him, I never sit at the board. I would also walk, and when he would come, I would also come, you know. So
nice counter trick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, not to have this feeling that you are waiting for the maestro or the professor to appear.
And Fabiano Caruana is also waiting for Alireza Firouzja. Actually, just seen that Alireza Firouzja was online on Chess.com.
Yeah, but you never know if it's his father or whatever. So
Yes.
I would not be surprised if even during his game he's online.
Yes. Watching on Chess.com. And we will see.
Yeah.
Okay, there he is, world champion Magnus Carlsen takes his place. And the gong. Frank Dales, mayor of Velsen, hit the gong. Second time? No, that's just for the photo. And we see that moves are coming in already. Where shall we start? Fabiano versus Firouzja. That's our game.
Yeah, let's see. First of all, Magnus is still busy filling out his score sheet. That's what happens if you are a little bit late.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it happens to me quite often. So Fabiano Firouzja d4 knight f6. Very interesting to see what will Firouzja choose this time, because he used to be playing a lot of King's Indians, but
he's faithful. I've seen him moving g6.
Yeah.
And knight c3.
But in the tournament, so far he kind of surprised the opponents with the accepted Queen's Gambit. Yeah, that was kind of his big surprise for the tournament. However, now that he already knows that it's no surprise anymore,
yeah,
and especially against Fabiano, who himself was playing the accepted Queen's Gambit a lot of times, it makes much sense to change, to deviate. Especially because Fabiano doesn't really have so much experience on facing the King's Indian.
Yeah, and here, which line we will see? E4, D6, and now this is the moment, I guess, where Fabiano will choose what line.
Yeah, I have actually no clue what he will be up to.
I think
H3.
H3.
Yeah? Okay, this is the very fashionable system lately.
Yeah. Castle. Firouzja seems not to be surprised with H3.
No, definitely not. I mean, this is one of the
expected this one. Bishop E3.
Yeah, bishop E3. I mean, white is not putting the knight yet on F3, because depending which setup, knight C6. Yeah, here definitely I will be not feeling as familiar as with Rui Lopez yesterday. Yeah, that was my territory. I mean, this King's Indian is one of the things that I have never ever played with black, and I never really allowed it from the white side. Or whenever I allowed it, I was playing with G3 systems, and that has its own rules. But knight C6, this is somewhat rare.
Yeah, I guess Fabiano takes a bit of time, but it's very much in King's Indian style.
Yes, but in this move order, I mean, as I said, I'm not a big expert, but usually what I have noticed that, I mean, somehow this E5, D5 and G4, knight E2, knight G3 were happening many times. And if black plays knight c6 and white, for example, plays knight f3, then we will have a completely different structure.
Yeah, shall we take a look at Magnus's game? What happens there?
Wow, and d4. If you would have asked me what Magnus is looking forward to in this game, I would have said, wow, it's perfect for him, because he goes e4 and Vladislav Kovalev always plays e5, and he gets his Spanish automatically, where he is the greatest player in the history probably. However, Magnus deviates and goes d4. I mean, deviates, he chose d4 and goes for the, I mean, inside the Queen's Gambit for bishop g5 line.
We haven't seen a lot of bishop g5 from Magnus lately, no?
Okay, in the World Championship match against Fabiano, he was focused and concentrated on bishop f4. Yeah. But he did play bishop g5 against Abdusatulov in the Blitz World Championship, because I was I was commenting that. But it was blitz.
Yeah.
It's a different story, and you never know. And look at this now. Kovalev is taking his time.
He is also like, okay.
Yeah, definitely not
Surprised.
For the reason that he sees it for the first time in his life. But in that game, what was very interesting, I believe that Magnus was taking on f6 and was playing for some queen c2 long castle stuff. Typically, it's something that you didn't play in the blitz games. But is now Kovalev really thinking about this, that I have seen that game, but I was not taking it seriously. Is Magnus really gonna repeat that or not? Because I'm only guessing since he's hesitating about his fifth move.
Right, and shall we take a look at other games? We have
let's see how Vichy is doing.
Yeah.
Anand against Vityugov. We see the same Italian as yesterday in Duda versus Chong. Yeah. It's exactly the same.
Exactly
so if Black would play now bishop a7, then White plays knight a3. We are exactly in that game.
And what's going on with Anish's game? Did Daniel Dubov surprise him?
Anish's game, I think I have to maybe open.
Yeah, it's just right there.
Because it's here. So knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, c5.
Oh.
So he's ready to go for the semi-tarash and bishop g5. This is a sideline, but actually it's one of the lines that cd knight d4. It doesn't have a good reputation.
cd knight d4, bishop e7 is played. I am surprised to see c5 from Anish. I don't know how Daniel Dubov feels.
He was hiding it. Yeah? Even you didn't know, what Anish has. He's such a pro, yeah.
Normally he plays c6 but.
Yes, but okay, it's kind of nice to surprise your opponent,
and your wife as well.
Some surprises are never a problem. However, in this line, I do recall that Dubov was getting famous of playing this line with White. I faced against him in Blitz World Championship in Doha, where knight c6 is this 4 knights classical position. However, in this move order, Black has this extra option of d5, and here the main move is cd, knight d5, bishop d2. This is what he also played against me in that Blitz game. And I do know that bishop g5 exists. It's the most frequently played move. However, it was not that good. But not that good was for some special reasons, which if you are not prepared, you will never play. So Anish went for the classical bishop e7 stuff. Basically, if White plays e3, we are getting some kind of a queen's gambit. We are getting some kind of a queen's gambit. Very interesting. All these move orders.
Yeah, tricks. In this tournament, actually, we've seen a lot of move order tricks and psychological factors on opponents to take them out from comfort zone. Let's take a look at Jordan's game. He is playing against Duda, who so far has pretty decent tournament. He started with 7 draws, but then won against Yu Yanggi, and yesterday
he was close.
Yeah, he was the last one. He made a draw, but he really tried his best to get something from the position.
Yeah, it was a great defense by Jeffrey.
Yeah,
I mean he saved a very difficult endgame, and we see that Jordan goes for c3 Sicilian, because so far he has been playing c3 Sicilian, but never in the second move.
With knight f3.
Exactly. I mean, he always waited for his opponent. He wants to play the Sveshnikov. I will not let it happen, and it's already a different type of. And against Yu Yanggi, I think it was e6 c3.
E6 c3. Yeah.
And all of a sudden now we see c3.
So we see Jordan really prepared the C3 patterns for Tata Steel Chess Tournament. He is using a lot of C3.
Yeah, it seems like he wanted to be very practical, not to, because if you try to challenge every single opening, then it's very tough. So he kind of narrowed the field. Narrowed the field, and also in all these C3s, usually the top guys don't have that much of an experience, because objectively, if black is well prepared, probably black solves the problems easily. But as a surprise weapon, when you are not expecting it, it's probably interesting to try. And we see this line, which happened already in Jordan's game. I think by transposition they reached this position against Yuan-Ji. Knight a3, knight c6, bishop e3.
TD, knight b5. That's pretty theoretical line. All this is not new. Knight d4.
Yeah, probably, but you know it if you play it. For example, I don't know it that much. I know that it exists, but I don't know any finesses.
Right.
And by judging the fact that Yuan-Ji got a bad position quite early, it probably shows that black has to be very precise.
Right.
And I assume if already Duda is choosing this line and he has blitzed out all his moves, then he came really well prepared for this special thing. And only Anand was the one who played e5 first move against Jordan. All the other games featured the Sicilian.
That's true. And let's take a look at Jeffrey Zhong's game against Artemiev. We have not looked at it yet.
Yeah, somehow the list is a bit confusing, but here we wow. So Vladislav goes for this
a6.
Knight c3 a6 line against Anish. We have seen him playing the Cambridge Springs.
Yeah.
And now he chose a6, and after e3 plays g6. You remember you were telling me that
he played it against Anish in Russian league.
Yeah, I mean something with this g6, which is not a mainstream line. It's a typical Kamsky setup.
Yeah.
Usually it's considered to be the lazy setup, because by g6 one thing is clear: black is not going to equalize easily in the opening, and that's also not his main aim, but just to get a stable position where, for example, understanding the position and knowing the move order nuances is more important than any forced line. However, since I remember something like 10 years ago, if people would play like this, one would say, no, this is not good. But slowly it got a reputation that it's extremely solid and very difficult to get anything out of it with white. So
pretty easy to remember as well.
But on the other hand, now also white tried so many things, and slowly already even this resulted in some heavy theoretical debate.
A4,
And now we see this A4, A5 moves included. This is another typical finesse, because white plays A4 in order to not really stop B5, I believe, but there are all kinds of dynamic ideas for black at some point to take DC and then B5 and then push C5. So A4 is like prophylactical move. But black plays now a5, and he insists that, my knight is on b8, I want to go knight a6 and make good use of the b4 square. Plus, it stopped white the usual b4 reaction, how he would actually be able to, for example, if black plays something like e6, then white could play b4 and gain space on the queen side. So black stops a5, and with this move he claims that, yes, okay, I'm a little bit passive, but actually I have a very nice little square on b4, and of course white can always say that I can take on d5 and I have access to the b5 square, and we will see who will benefit more from it.
On the other hand, white already has e3, and the bishop is closed on c1, while black didn't play yet e6, and maybe he will come to big diagonal, h7, b1 diagonal.
Yeah, that's true. However, I think exactly in this special line it was very important for white to play some queen b3, bishop d2, rook fc1.
To be very fast.
And the bishop from d2 was controlling the b4 square, so not allowing the black knight to comfortably come to b4. So I don't know exactly the move orders, but I do feel like players like Levon Aronyan had been treating this position very nicely with white. So we will keep an eye on this. Let's see, what did we miss yet? Yuan-Ji Wesley So we haven't seen,
Right.
And we have some forced lines here.
Oh, okay. We have endgame already with
endgame, a forced line which I don't know, which is already something quite
something new, very new. That
or maybe I know but I just don't recall it.
Okay, 4 knights.
4 knights.
But this transposed into Scotch, yeah?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still this is I think the 4 knights, but but now after ED5, this castles bishop G4 is a sideline which is not anymore a sideline because all the world is playing it.
Yeah.
Because the traditional move always had been CD5, and then White was coming up with this. I mean, this was the old, very old classical stuff, and then all of a sudden, like Kramnik in 2012 or 13. Came up with this concept of playing h3 and with c6 playing queen f3 without bishop g5, and it developed as a very big theory and was posing for a long time quite some headache for black. By now I think it's kind of covered, but it was very interesting that how Kramnik came up with this. I think is the reason that if you look at it, this is very much like a reversed main Petrov. And I think in general his structure, and he has been so good in that, he always felt like I enjoy playing that position, and if I'm even tempi up, let me try that. I think that was the reason how Kramnik came to that this is maybe an interesting setup. And with bishop g4, black basically is ready to sacrifice some pawns, but those forced lines are already known to lead to drawish positions.
And bishop g5, as there is no point to take on c6, I guess.
Yeah, if you take on c6, then queen d4 check, king h1 takes, is
doesn't
already
really lead to anything.
Mainline theory, which is not main, but one of the lines lead it to draw. And yeah, bishop h5, bishop g5. CD5, bishop, this is the, no, of course, yeah, then I know this line. I mean, this line really exists.
Takes. And important check, not to lose the piece.
Check, I mean, one can argue that I also have the other check, but if you give the other check, then king h1, you cannot take on d5 because of bishop h7 check. This is the problem, so you go for check, king h1, queen e5.
Again, the d5 knight is not hanging, so that's why f4. It's very forced line. It forces white to trade the queens.
But I'm scared already. I mean, all these exchanges, forced lines, so on. This might end in some draw, maybe. I mean, h3. This is the first moment that Wesley takes his time, so I assume that he is fully in his preparation. The only question is that if he did not expect this line to happen, then will he remember, or will he get confused, or finally, I mean, basically my experience tells you that nowadays the top players work so much that it's impossible to remember the lines unless you have just repeated it before the game. And even sometimes then you feel like it's just too much, and then you close your laptop and okay, I will deal with it. And exactly, that's the right strategy, because the point is that once you know that this direction is good, then
you can work it out.
You can work it out, because if you are a super player, then you are capable of working it out. If you are not a super player, then this whole strategy of relying on some computer analysis is one of the most dangerous things ever, because you might have to make a couple of only moves according to computer, which holds everything together.
And we are updated that after h3, we have a game bishop d7, knight c7, rook ac8, knight d5, rook fe8, rook fe1. This was a draw between Bruson Nizhnik in US Open 2019. Well, it looks like that black is losing a pawn, but 2 bishops should be enough to have compensation for the pawn. This bishop on c5 is just
that's the point. And you see, even not only both are very good players, but they are like top 100 players in the world. Even their game had finished here in draw, because simply that is nothing. And I'm afraid that we will maybe see another relative quick draw because of good preparation.
Yeah. And let's get back to the leaderboard, which is the game of...
This one has a completely different character, right?
Very nice. I love what I'm seeing.
Yeah, so we left it off after knight c6, and yeah, that's why it looked a little bit strange for me, because yeah, this is completely different. Now white goes d5, but it's also kind of a provocation.
Provocation, yeah.
Yeah, please come. Knight e5,
f4,
f4, knight d7, g4. White says, if I already said A, I have to say B. And this position, we are told only 2 games in this position.
Yeah, including John's
versus
Pavlidis.
Pavlidis, yeah.
It seems like Black gave just 2 tempos, because he could play knight bd7 right away, but instead he went knight d7, knight c6 to provoke d5, knight e5 to provoke f4, and now knight d7. And there is g4, f4, d5 in this position.
Yeah,
white.
Because of course if Black plays knight bd7, then white will never ever push d4, d5, will never open this diagonal. Most probably white would just continue with g4 and force Black backwards, and we see a big difference, because d5, knight e5, f4, knight d7, g4 played, c6. Now Black can break the
because
structure.
e5 is not there, and that's very important, as it doesn't close the g7 bishop, and d5 is already on the board.
Exactly, and then also with cd5 plus some queen a5 moves and many things. What I see from this game, that Firouzja draw the conclusion from yesterday's game, that against the very best on their territories.
Yeah.
Because yesterday's game showed that he still lacks some understanding, and he lacks some precise move order stuff, which only you can gather with years.
Yeah.
The creative is already there, and this is a very interesting practical choice by him, that yes, maybe I wanted to play against that was the strategy for me for the tournament, was to try to play classical, but maybe right now against these guys it's not the best. It worked at the beginning, but now he changes.
And we see that he's feeling pretty comfortable. He didn't spend time at all. He has 1:43 on the clock, while Fabiano is taking time. I like what I'm seeing, as I think it will be big fight. Pawns don't go backward.
That's for sure. And what is very interesting for me to see that I mean, this is a typical situation when finally win the game, for example, easily, then people will criticize. If it will work great, then people will say, wow, fantastic choice. So there is nothing objective about this choice. It's simply that, yeah, we will see how it works, but definitely it looks like a very interesting way to try to disbalance Fabi and get him out of his comfort zone. But also
King's Indian is kind of Firouzja's main repertoire, so he to play it.
Yeah, for sure he has played hundreds of or thousands of games for it on the internet as well. But look at this, knight f3, cd, b6. If we would not know anything about it, we would just say that no, you cannot play like this.
Yeah.
What is this? You weaken your c6 square. White can, for example, jump knight d4, bishop b7, bishop b5, and gets incredible access to the c6 square. But believe me, if Firouzja is doing this and he's 143 on the clock, then it means that at least he has seen this position before.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to Magnus's game, and let's see if we have any development there. Okay.
Well, little bit of development.
Yeah.
Bishop g5. Black played castles, not h6 here. This is very interesting, because usually h6 is the main move. He castled, and after e3 played h6. And all of a sudden Magnus retreated to f4. So basically we are seeing the lines with bishop f4, where Black has this extra move of h6. One could argue that this is for sure in Black's favor, but if Magnus provokes it, and I have seen this from Duda's game, Dubov's game, I think he played in the Aeroflot, this h6 bishop f4 with some idea of g4, g5, yeah.
He didn't castle yet, so that is why black has to do something very quick in the center, because then Magnus would have a chance to attack. c5 is kind of the most logical move.
Yes, c5 played.
But then d takes c5 and bishop c5, why black kind of lost the tempo, developing the bishop first on e7, and after d takes c5, bishop c5.
Yeah, but this is Queen's Gambit.
Yeah,
I mean, because it doesn't matter if you play bishop f4 here, the bishop is already on this. I mean, we see exactly the same position.
But without h6.
Yeah, and this position we have seen witnessed in many Nakamura games.
Yeah.
And also Fabiano was relying on this with black, but this h6 extra tempo, which usually would be very nice, nevertheless is giving completely new dynamics to the position.
Bishop c5 and...
Yeah, and this was the game, Daniel Dubov against Nodirbek Abdusattorov in Aeroflot Open. Yeah, I was right, I remember this.
Yeah.
This game, and this was the round when somehow there was some emergency in the hotel or something, and the players had to evacuate the round, and the game was stopped.
Yeah.
Or something.
I remember that incident, yeah.
Yes. Because I was shocked, like, how on earth did Dubov play bishop g5, bishop f4, and then after ace the game is drawn? Or, I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. But it was, I think, connected with this incredible fire alarm.
Yeah. And we have actually some development in Wesley's game. After bishop d7, we were thinking knight c7, which was a game, but he played rook b7.
So that's a new move?
That's the new move, I guess.
But what does this...
But bishop c6?
Yeah, I mean, bishop c6, rook c7, I mean, just take on a2.
c4 maybe?
No, I don't think you can check. Maybe you can simply win the a7 pawn, maybe that's the point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a6 is not possible.
Yeah,
then, okay, it's still a pawn, healthy pawn.
Yeah, if it's a pawn, it's a pawn, yeah. So
bishop c6 doesn't...
Well, bishop c6, rook c7, I still have rook c8 as well. Yeah. There is no reason for me to give up the pair of bishops.
Yeah.
And we will get all kinds of...
rook f7 doesn't work, unfortunately. I guess.
It doesn't work.
I don't know.
Or it just works, yeah.
Rook f7, rook c7, rook c7, bishop d5, rook c5. Don't I have some kind of check? I don't have, yeah? No.
You don't have check, yeah, because...
Oh, maybe it works then. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this rook f7, yeah, but it's kind of... We are still at the early stage. I didn't... Look at f7 is coming. I mean, it was not. I was telling you because we assume that the game will end in a draw anyway. It's preparation and everything, and then your brain is not working yet. Yeah. It's not sharp. But okay, let them play. I want to see here the action coming, and then we will deal it. And let's see how Vichy deals with the situation, because I mean, he had this tragical loss against Fabiano before the rest day, and even the rest day, judging from the game that he played yesterday with White against Dubov, and it was a quick draw, it felt like he did not recover yet. Yeah. But I do hope that now for this White game already Vichy got the strength to start playing again like he can. And I think in this sense it's very nice to get this Italian where he feels very familiar, and he has been playing so many fascinating games. He's going
for the usual.
And a5. We see the Grishuk setup. This is one of the most incredible things what has happened in the modern chess in the last few years. Because I mean, how on earth you play like this, that you play a6 and then you play a5?
A5, yeah. When he could play a5 right away also.
And Grishuk was giving a comment because he started using this in the World Cup 2017 in Tbilisi. And he was after the World Cup giving the explanation that he actually left this position at home. He went for the city to do many things. After a few hours later he came back and on his screen it was written according to computer that a5 is the only move which equalizes. Everything is bad. I mean, everything is worse, not bad, but it gives some advantage. And then he started analyzing that what is this? This is how I came up with it. And I do know that I had this position at home as well, and I saw that my computer insists that
A5 is the move.
A5 is the move, but I thought that first of all I'm not playing that often, and I thought to myself that before anyone plays A5 I will not start analyzing this, you know, because it just
some games show me. But there was some development after A5 D4, Bishop B6 and Bishop E3. And if we are wondering why Knight E4 doesn't work,
well, Knight E4 then just D takes E5.
D takes E5, yeah. And then Bishop B6 and Knight is hanging on E4. So Bishop E3 we should take.
I mean, okay, you can, no, sorry, I mean, of course, White just takes first on D8 and wins the piece.
Yeah.
Of course, the E4 pawn is taboo.
Yeah.
The E4 pawn is taboo, and yeah, this is the way how. Wasn't Anish the first who played D4? I somehow have the feeling that it was Anish, because for like 2 years this position with A5 was hanging in the air, and White always played Knight with D2 and so on. Yeah. Almost all the lines really worked out well for Black, even though Magnus won an important game against Wesley So in one of those Grand Chess Tour events. But then suddenly Anish, if I'm not mistaken, Anish was the one who first played this D4.
Maybe. I think you better remember his games than me.
Okay, usually I'm following Anish. Yeah, definitely I'm following. It's worth following his games because every game has some very important theoretical value.
Yeah, Bishop E3 is there. Shall we take a look at Vish's game? This is Vish's game. Sorry, I had different positions.
Yeah, because now we should say we have some other laptop where we have all the boards all together, and a little bit confusing because we are not used to yet to this scenario.
Yeah,
we can judge that this is a slow Italian with lot of finesses, and we will see. We will come back to it. I mean, there are all these questions of Black taking on D4, for example. Then, if you take CD, I can play D5. ED Knight D5 is a completely different
isolated
structure, so a lot to think about. There is no theory, and I believe that they both kind of surprised each other, that they did not expect this line to happen. And in this case, you need time to make your decision.
And we have an interesting move in Alireza Firouzja's game after Knight D4, no Bishop B7, but Knight C5. So he doesn't really care about Knight C6.
Exactly, yeah, because if you already kind of provoke. I wonder what goes through the mind of Fabiano. He thinks that, wow, this kid is really showing me no respect. I mean, just no respect. I mean, can you imagine I'm world number 2, I have just played the world championship match, and then a 16-year-old boy basically gives me all this center, all this space, and provokes me and so on. But it's very, very tricky, yeah. It's very tricky.
Yeah, and Queen F3 just now played as E4 pawn was hanging. Do we expect Bishop B7 or Bishop D7 maybe? But then B4, and I don't want to go back to B7.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect because it's absolutely not my style. I mean, if somebody would do this against me, then I would also be shocked. Like, really, my opponent believes that I can't play chess? Or what? I mean, that would be my first thought. I mean, how on earth, why is he...
Gives space, everything, the squares.
Yeah, but sometimes in modern chess, there are such things that you prepare some sideline like this, and then first it looks very bad, you start analyzing it computer, and it turns out that it's by far not that easy.
Yeah.
And then in a practical game, definitely, most probably, this is not a line to be repeated. But for the one game when the opponent is still not familiar, the only danger is if now Firouzja starts to think for half an hour, indicates that he has no clue whatsoever what to do. That's a bad sign. But if
a bad sign, yeah.
If he can basically now blitz out his moves and show confidence and put some pressure on White that, of course, this move makes sense, and in this case it's complicated, then it's another story.
Right. So he's still thinking but yeah, this c6 square, to be honest, it bothers me a bit. And black still has to finish his development.
Yeah, I mean there are all kinds of. I mean the part of bishop b7. What else can black try to break with some e5? But very hard to imagine.
I was thinking about that, but then maybe f takes.
Yeah, but I can just jump, and when you move, I can even just lock everything.
Oh yeah.
And this looks horrible because then g5 is a threat.
f6, yeah.
So this can be lost. So e5 is basically ruled out. So just something like this. e6 maybe. e6 maybe. I mean because it would be very much in the spirit for black to try to break the center before white completes his development, because after all white is missing some time and tempo.
Yeah, and also e6, knight c5 kind of helps e6.
Because
as if you take it, also it's defended and it puts more pressure on e4.
Yeah, and basically, I mean, taking is never really an option, because then all of a sudden the space is stabilized and black has access to some bishop, unless you win by force with some b4, but then some mess is about to start. So I would maybe not even dare to go into all these details, what is happening here. It's a huge mess, but usually after e6, you feel with white that okay,
b4.
Something like b4 is very tempting.
Yeah.
This is very tempting, and also we should not forget that white can simply also castle long, solving all the problems with his king, and he still has access to the c6 square. So objectively it looks to me that white is having a wonderful position, and Firouzja really needs some magic here that to make this line work.
But on the other hand, we don't really believe that he went into this line unprepared, as he was playing pretty fast. And queen f3 is not a move that you don't consider, because after knight c5, e4 pawn is hanging, right?
Of course.
You cannot not only consider bishop g2 or any other, or e5. Queen f3 should
queen
be...
f3 is obviously the most natural move, because you give the option of going long castle, which feels very, very tempting with all this central space and everything.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, this that's the point. I mean, if you kind of provoke and you do this is what many times audience wants. Yeah, when, for example, like Wesley plays his very nice precise chess, then, for example, thanks to good preparation and the opponent also has too much respect, he doesn't know what to do, the game ends in a draw, then people are telling, why this is happening, this is not interesting, and so on. Then okay, suddenly you play something, it's interesting. Yes, it's very interesting if it works. But if you end up losing a game without a counter chance against a top guy, then it's no fun at all.
And we also have some developments in Jeffrey Xiong's game against Vladislav Artimev. Some trades happened on e5. And let's take a look at it. Oh, Vladislav seems to be pretty satisfied. Look at his face.
Okay, he got final advice by Boris Postovsky himself, so he's of course satisfied. He knows what he is doing, and so we left it after a4, a5. What did happen? Let me. Wow, a lot of things had happened. So a4, a5, cd5, cd5, b3. So white wants to develop the bishop to a3, knight c6, bishop a3, bishop g4.
And knight e5 leads to massive trades.
Yeah, very direct approach. Takes, knight e4. And this is the position.
This is the position. Taking on e4 after d takes e4, most probably the e5 pawn will be difficult to defend.
Yeah, but all those things are very, very tricky. It looks like it's symmetrical, but it has white has this pressure. White is the one who will make better use of the d and c file, and there
Queen
is this
b5,
exactly. Queen b5 is the first move that comes to mind, and yes, the pawn on e5 is vulnerable, but I see some a5, b7, e4, e7 weaknesses, which seem to be, in my opinion, if you enter this line, you have to know exactly move per move with black what you are doing. Maybe some
queen
e8
d3
or queen d3. I mean, somehow you have to try to liquidate.
Yeah.
I mean, and you have to be sure that you are liquidating, because trying to figure out over the board what you are doing, it's quite dangerous. And white is taking his time.
Yep. And in Magnus's game, we have also some moves. A3, knight h5, queen c2, and knight h5.
Yeah. But look at this. Kovalev has already spent more than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
But his last move, knight h5, is in a sense interesting that it makes good use of the h6 pawn.
Yeah.
So maybe he felt like, okay, I'm not interested comparing all these positions where this pawn on h6 has, because this is the thing you will never ever be able to understand during a game. Maybe even at home you need many days to understand all the finesses and analyze the concrete lines why this is so important. But with knight h5 you go to a completely new territory.
Right, and taking bishop would be always nice, I guess.
Yeah, with the pawn on h7, obviously white has some bishop g5 option, and now thanks to the h6 pawn this is not possible.
But on the other hand, black also accepts the fact that he will play with isolated pawn.
Yeah, but white will never take on d5, because in this line time is such a big factor. White is not developed yet.
Yeah.
So if you somehow take, then you open up many dynamics for black, and then all these d5, d4 pushes,
breaks will come.
Yeah, hang in the air. So basically white tries to go for long castle, keeping all this tension that you can never develop. And the question is, what happens, for example, here after long castles? Black takes on f4, for example, he takes f4, and I hit the d5 pawn, and d4 looks like a very bad move strategically.
Yeah.
And look at Magnus. So Magnus is now fully focused. I believe he knows that knight h5 was not supposed to be good.
Yeah.
Because if he would know that knight h5 is a good move, he would not be sitting like this, and we would have already seen some move by him.
But maybe after long castle, knight f4, ef4, queen f6, and black can use this tempo.
Yeah, tempo, but okay, I will just defend my structure.
Yeah.
Because the queen on f6 is misplaced. It was very nice that you attacked.
If I take it on c4 and play e5?
Well, I get some knight e4 tempo.
Yeah, that's not...
Okay, it's not the end of the world. You go back to e7. Okay, I take bishop takes c4. It feels like white has a lot of activity. For example, e5, can I meet with knight g5 or not?
No, bishop
he
g3.
played bishop g3. Yeah. I mean, okay, all kinds of questions.
Yeah.
Very dangerous.
Bishop g3 also is another move, I guess, because if black takes now knight g3, hg, then he has to be careful with g4, g5.
Yeah. Okay, bishop g3 is the move I wanted to say, that in the blitz you play a tempo bishop g3. That's for sure. Just for 1 second, because I realized that I was just blundering, so let me just correct myself. So in this final position that we had, I mean, e5 is of course not possible, because after knight c5, queen c5, bishop f7.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wins. So
tactic.
Yeah, that was one of the things that immediately comes to mind, that okay, this is very interesting direction, but okay, there are so many options.
Yeah.
And bishop g3 is definitely the other move which comes. Long castle is very aggressive, and bishop g3 is more stable. But on the other hand, bishop g3 gives one tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I felt like long castle is more critical, but maybe long castle doesn't work exactly for some specific reasons.
But if he went knight h5, probably he has to take it, otherwise this knight is pretty misplaced on h5, and black still needs to develop and do something about c8 bishop, and maybe when long castle is there, something can go on queen side with, I don't know, b5, b4, a6. I just want to have attack.
Yeah, meanwhile I wanted to simply, sorry to go back, I wanted to understand what could bother white, for example, by castling long, because so far I have given so many indications how good it looks.
Yeah.
But when you notice suddenly that takes the same idea as you wanted, but you go to c7, you hit my f4 pawn and you force me to g3, then the whole d takes c4 stuff, which was quite unpleasant with the queen on f6, I had this tempo. Now it feels so much more natural. Yeah, white most probably will take back, and now it feels black has a possession, a6, b5. And this is the reason why most probably white simply doesn't like long castles. And Magnus has played bishop g3, keeping his structure intact. Yeah, because after all, with ef4, I was also compromising my structure.
Yeah, and knight g3, hg, I think white is pretty happy about it. How do you stop g4, g5?
Okay, I assume that if you already played knight h5 after some 20 minutes or so, then bishop g3 is the first move that you consider, and you kind of feel like you will deal with it.
Yeah.
How? I have no clue. It's not my game and not my problem. It looks scary enough. I mean, some long castle g4, g5, it can be game over quickly. But
maybe I can take on c4 and play e5. Although I don't like that I give tempo bishop c1, bishop c4.
Yeah, no, that is out of question, and also e6, e5 would weaken too many light squares. Really interested how Kovalev will justify his play, because maybe he played knight h5 just out of desperation. It's also possible, because simply it's very annoying when you know that your opponent voluntarily opted for this line that he provoked h6, and all these things, mysterious threats are hanging over your head, which you don't know what you are supposed to be defending against.
Yes.
This is the most dangerous. So
yeah, we will see that shortly after Vladislav makes up his mind and plays a move. Shall we go to Anish's game?
Yeah, let's see Anish's game, because you remember you told me that I was scaring you, and what it was not my intention. Sorry, but yeah. So we left it after bishop g5, cd, knight d4, bishop e7, and we see cd5, knight
Queens
d5,
off the board.
Bishop e7, knight e7, knight db5,
knight c6,
knight c6, g3,
and takes. Look at Anish's face.
Yeah, Anish is not happy. I can tell you, he's not happy.
Really?
I think he's not happy.
I think he's fine. I think he's just surprised, like what the guy is doing. I mean,
no, but the reason why I think he's not happy, that he would be so happy to be on the white side of this position, because it's kind of an endgame with a little bit of a pressure. And I mean, Anish has also got this reputation that never ever give Anish a little bit better endgame, because yes, in many of the other people's games it would be a draw. Anish most probably will win it. And here definitely black has to suffer a bit. The question is how much he will have to suffer, but I mean it's a little bit unpleasant.
We are ready for suffering.
If it ends well, yeah. I mean, if you know what you are suffering for, yeah.
Yes. We are ready.
Yeah, bishop g2. Yeah, and Anish has spent a lot of time already.
And king e7. That's the move I expected to cover
king
d6.
e7 is played.
But on the other hand, if you give black some tempos and you trade everything on d8.
Yeah, no, I was just laughing. I didn't know. I'm a little bit scared to say some things, not to scare you even more.
No worries.
Yeah, no, I mean the position is of course extremely solid.
Yeah.
The only question is that are we talking about long-term pressure from white, or it just very concrete? That if black is able to get what he wants and then he will have zero problems, there is one type of this structure in such positions. Or there is the moment that maybe white can just have long-term advantage. However, with king on e7, usually white most probably will have to castle, so the king on e7 compensates for all these long-term stuffs. In this sense, it does feel like time is a very important factor in this position. One of the questions, if white wants to take the bishop is not yet developed. Okay, you play rook d8, you basically say, please take it. Yes, you took the bishop, you have a wonderful bishop, yes, I agree that you are very little better, symbolically. On the other hand, all the danger has passed for black. He will coordinate his knights and have zero problems, basically. So this is very, very important to understand that knight d6 taking on c8 leads to nothing. And then the question is, should white try to use the moment to damage the black's pawn structure? However, then you do it at the cost of giving up your lovely bishop on g2, and without a real blockade, and you feel like black's pieces are ready enough to cover all those squares and black gets dynamics. You also don't feel like taking on c6. Then even a move like knight d4 return comes to mind. Because if, let's suppose you would play bishop d7, then already such endgame is huge suffering.
But maybe I can play knight a b4?
Yeah, you can also play knight a b4, but then I can anyway take on c6 and takes, and now I will take.
Okay, and this is
again suffering. I mean, those things usually don't want to give. So in this sense, after knight d4, the main question is knight takes d4, rook takes d4, most probably rook d8. You force kind of the exchange, rook d8, king d8, and castles. And we see that white has advantage, white has some pressure, but this is again such pressure that it can simply vanish in few moves. But knight d4 is actually, once I spotted knight d4, I felt like it's a move. It's a move. But also white can simply try to castle, because bishop d7 would be met by knight d6 with double threat of knight takes f7 and knight takes b7.
Yeah, and if I play rook d8 instead of bishop d7.
Yeah, after castles you're gonna play rook d8. That's why I was not sure that maybe I have to return immediately if I feel that this is important.
Yeah, and if takes,
so I have to take
with knight.
You take with the knight, you want to get out with bishop to d7. Okay, the knight on b5 is disturbing because it puts pressure on a7, but if black gets bishop d7, bishop c6 out, then there is nothing to worry about. So the next move, and now Dubov is taking his time. It's correct, because he feels that he has chance, but this is the moment that this chance can simply vanish. And maybe this is also some mirage that you have a chance. Okay, you feel it, looking at it, you got a dream version of some Catalan. There should be a chance to fight for something, but if it's really possible, it's another question.
Yep, we'll see that. And pawn structure changed in Anand game against Vityugov. C takes d4, e takes d4, and d5 happened.
Yeah.
Sorry, e takes d4, c takes d4.
The typical stuff,
d5.
As we discussed, ed and knight b4 first, yeah. I mean, if I would have not analyzed such type of positions with the engine, I would say that feeling-wise, according to classical principles, black should be more or less fine. But having analyzed those positions, I actually encountered this problem when looking for it from the black side. You want to equalize, and somehow against computer, he always keeps on finding a way to keep some pressure, and then you are always asking yourself, but if I would just have this position at the board, would I be able to pose all those questions and problems to my opponent? Or maybe in a practical game, actually, it's super fine for black.
Yep, black wants to take on d5 in a good moment, I guess. But all this isolated pawn plans with knight e5, knight c3, and putting a bit of pressure on.
Yeah, because generally one can argue that a4, a5 benefits black, because he has a very nice knight on b4, contrary to all those structures when the black pawn is on a7 and white pawn can from a2 still go to a3, covering the b4 square. So it has concrete, that's why humanly speaking you feel like it should be perfectly fine for black, but anyway, for let's suppose knight c3, you take on d5. I have some ideas also, like queen b3.
Queen b3. And I don't want to go c6.
Well, you have c6, you have also bishop e6.
Yeah.
It's the typical way. Aha, and we are told that in the qualifiers tournament, the winner from that tournament goes to the challengers, to the B group. We have already some checkmate.
Oh,
in
early.
How do you pronounce it? Bekema Bertsen or?
Bertsen.
Let me see if I can
touch names. Oh, there it is.
Here.
There it is. Oh,
checkmate. That was quick.
That's a beautiful one.
That's quick. Actually, I know very well Thomas Bertsen. I have already played with him 3 times in the Bundesliga.
Oh.
He plays, he's not first board usually, but Mülheim, I was playing against him when he played for Mülheim, and I already noticed that he is a very well prepared player.
And we are updated that it was actually all preparation by Black.
Really?
Wow.
Then let's take a look. This is so far a classical King's Indian attack. Bishop e7, castle g5. Yeah, usually this is kid stuff.
Yeah.
No? I mean, don't let this happen. I mean, don't let this happen. h3, h5. This can really backfire.
Yes.
And usually people make sure that they play some h4 and bishop
first.
f4 before these things are
castling.
happening.
Castle was a bit
naive.
Naive, yeah.
Yeah, castle g5, h3, h5. Already g5, g4 is a threat. Then the e5 pawn is falling. So white goes g4, takes, f5. Wow.
That's cool.
f5 is kind of cool. Yeah, takes. But I wonder, is
sacrificing
this?
g4?
I mean, how can you prepare this? This means that you are assuming that your opponent will play like this.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just like I think what I would play if I was surprised.
But okay, it's a Dutch derby, so they might know each other, yeah?
Yeah.
But I mean, for me, of course, who have never ever looked at such things, it's a little bit shocking that how can you expect your opponent to play so badly? I mean, because it's supposed to be his preparation. No, I mean, what is happening?
I guess it was not till mate.
Yeah, definitely not till mate, but I mean that he falls for this stuff. Yeah, takes, queen c7.
Okay.
And this is how
queen c7, queen h2.
Black did not even sacrifice anything, just now the rook.
Beautiful mate, and Black's preparation was up to knight g4.
Up to knight g4, yeah?
Confirmed.
Yeah. It looks like a good moment, yeah. I mean, the point is that, but still, if I'm, but after queen g4, probably Black plays e5. He's not, I mean, Black plays e5. That's beautiful. So knight g5, maybe then this was missed by White. If he had not used computer, if he had not used computer for this position, then e5. Queen g6 is impossible because of not only losing the queen, but it's checkmate.
Oops.
Even faster, and if queen d1 has to return, then bishop g5 again. Black has a mating attack and did not sacrifice anything.
That's
wow,
beautiful one. F5, ef, knight g4, really.
That's a shocking development. I mean, that was really a miniature.
Game ended in half an hour actually, and Nico Schwarz is currently leading that group, and we already know that the winner of this group will qualify into B group. That's how Max Farmerdam is playing in the challengers.
Yes. Actually, I'm always waiting for Thomas Bertsen to win the qualifiers group, because since I played with him and I have prepared for him, I feel like he's ready to play in the challengers group. But so far he was never able. Maybe he feels also the pressure as a favorite, and usually when you feel the pressure, it's not so easy as for those who just play freely, and if it happens, it happens. If not, not.
Right. So we have Queen f3, Bishop b7. Firouzja made his move, and g5.
Fabi also made his move g5.
But Firouzja took a bit of time, I think, on Bishop b7. It was not completely blitzed out, which is tiny bit frightening for me, because you don't really play b6, knight c5 without knowing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big problems for black that now if you have to retreat the knight, then one feels that, but you have to, because the tactical line with knight e4 doesn't work. Takes, bishop takes
knight
d5
f6.
is met by knight f6 and white wins. Solves the problem of the pin, or at least that's how it seems. Does rook e8 make any...
Maybe this is something where Firouzja feels good.
Well, I mean, if this line works, it would all make sense. Yeah. But since he's hesitating, I don't believe that he really believes, and Fabi has also taken his time. He makes sure that after g5, he knows.
94 doesn't work.
He knows exactly if black has to retreat to d7, this is really bad news for black. Then white probably castles, goes h4, h5. He also has bishop b5. I mean, he has free hand.
That looks terrible, actually.
Yeah, in this sense, you can go to h5, then at least all this h4, h5. But if you go to with knight with the h5, knight to h5, then you are not fighting for the central squares.
Something went wrong.
But okay, one can argue that if I get e5 in, then I'm breaking the structure, and with e5 I'm putting pressure on the f4 pawn, and if you take d, then fe, I'm opening some counterplay against the...
But all the b4 and bishop b5, if I play like, let's say b4 first?
b4 first, yeah. Okay, and can I get the tempo?
6.
You just protect, yeah?
Yeah, just a3, I guess.
It looks so sad.
Yeah.
It looks so sad. It's not my position. I don't like it. I mean, this is not my stuff.
If I take it on e6 now,
then at least I take. I thought that I have to gamble.
Yeah.
I mean,
knight e6, then bishop c3, and I'm not winning anything.
It's a
I'm
check,
the one losing. So.
Yeah. I mean, okay. I always understand that black has some ideas, but I believe that if white plays correctly, then it should never work. So maybe you just start with, you also have long castle, you have this bishop b5 as you also said it's, but if not knight e4, then knight h5. So for a second, let's just try to check this. What is this knight e4? Because it's really in the spirit. Bishop d5, now black would be doing perfectly fine. In fact, would be winning if not for knight f6. E takes f6 has to be played, queen d5, and rook e8. Okay, we will have to come back to it because it's too complicated.
Break is insisted. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. This is Tata Steel Chess Tournament. It is 10th round today, and we have sole leader Fabiano Caruana playing against Alireza Firouzja. Some crazy things are going on in the game, but we called for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the position was screaming. I mean, it was begging to be, this knight takes f4 was begging to be played. And one thing you want to play it, another thing is that
you're forced to do it.
Or you also have to make sure that it's at least a decent move, because as we left it, it was obvious that all of a sudden, once rook e8 was spotted, that it seems like white only needs one more move, long castle, and game is over. Material is even not that important. Of course, white is a piece up, but rook e8 certainly brings completely new dynamics to the position. And I wonder that did Firouzja maybe lure Fabiano into it? Does he know it, or he came up over this is what you will never know?
Trick, yeah? Like, I'm gonna take my time so that you think I'm not that prepared.
Exactly, here at this position, yeah. It
but
looks like
boom.
And then boom.
Yeah.
There is an incredible trick behind, because anything is possible. I mean, it could easily be, but you remember we were speculating that how on earth do you play such a line if you are not prepared? And we didn't like the scenario that he started to think, and all of a sudden then after g5...
Psychological trick.
Yeah, takes. But what I think, why I don't believe that it really happened like this, was the fact that if you are really counting on this trick, then after g5 you would make knight fe4 immediately. And
like
basically show your opponent that you fell for it.
Yeah.
You fell for it. But
or maybe he has one more trick going on.
Somewhere later.
In the preparation. We never know. Chess players are tricky people.
Yeah, I mean, we are very tricky.
We are.
Usually those tricks never work for me, but for many others it works perfectly. Yeah. I mean, rook e8, during the break, I just had a quick thought about this position, and my natural instinct was to go king f2 here. Right. And I was wondering what is happening, because check looks tempting and dangerous, but I thought I will just sidestep with my king, and okay, I'm already
settling with just piece.
And okay, I have some tempo with bishop b5, and I don't see the real danger. However, after king f2, we started to think a little bit, and this f take g5, still keeping the king on f2.
And also, we don't want to give up many pawns for the piece. Even if white does not get checkmated but gives up too many pawns, then of course black will have compensation. So f takes g5, probably f takes g5 should happen.
Yeah, kind of would be the logical move. And all of a sudden there is this move rook e5, which we discovered, and I don't know what is it, but looks extremely scary. I mean, I kick away the queen. Basically, queen f3 seems to be the only move.
Knight e4.
Knight e4 check, and
knight g5.
And knight g5 with tempo, and I'm not liking it.
And then d4 is hanging. If bishop g5, rook g5 with check, and
yeah, I mean, okay, I can anyway, I will never even consider giving up my dark square bishop, but probably it doesn't really matter, because I'm running out of squares, and this looks very, very dangerous. And in this sense, then, after rook e8, what to do? Fabi is thinking.
Fabi takes his time.
Is queen f3 a move? I mean, can I try to come back with the queen?
Yeah, not so many moves actually, because the bishop is hanging, so he has to do something about it. But queen f3, f takes g5 is one of the options, because now bishop d4 is hanging.
But fg I'm castling. Then I say goodbye. I feel like if I manage to escape, then I'm fine. I'm a little bit worried that maybe you can insist. No, you can insist maybe with queen e7, putting the pressure, and maybe you will force me to move my king anyway, and then I'm feeling insecure.
Then if king f2, why I'm so
I don't know, but it just, I would love to castle far away from action. I mean, like this, I'm always in this knight e4 business. No, you take fg5.
fg5.
fg5, then knight e4 check. And again, I'm in this tempo with knight take g5. And you are hitting here, and if I take, I'm losing again. Yeah. So all very, very messy, and all looks extremely dangerous for white. And the reason why it is so dangerous, that one had the feeling that, no, this should not work for black. And all of a sudden, as it happened to us, when we realized that after queen d5, we wanted to stop the analyze, and then we spotted that, okay, rook
e8.
Let's have a break first, because we can analyze this for hours probably.
Yeah, rook e8, and something has to be done for sure. There should be a way to calm things down. Knight c2 is third option to...
Knight c2 is played. Basically, Fabi wants to keep the queen on d5, not to run into this tempo with knight e4 check.
Also goes away because this knight on d4 was always hanging after fg5, and I like the fact that after knight c2, if you castle alongside, your king feels more secure.
Okay, so now it comes to this phase that you mentioned, that black can start collecting some pawns. So yeah, I sacrifice the piece. Yeah. I don't believe, because I would even love to sacrifice on e3, but
yes,
the problem is that the a8 rook is hanging. Yeah, if I could play with queen e7, I would be quite happy, but I can only play with queen e8, and then I don't that this should work.
Queen e7 is very important. To e8 to put more pressure on e3, but unfortunately it's hanging on a8.
Yeah, and in this sense, after knight c2, then the first most logical move is probably to take fg. You take a pawn plus open the dark square bishop, and I believe white should castle.
Yeah.
White should castle.
It's
also
not good to give up b2 pawn, but maybe now something, can something happen here? Like bishop b2, knight a4, it will be probably too much, but maybe I can start with rook c8 with the idea of rook e3 at some point, or bishop b2, knight a4.
But I feel like I want to play next move bishop d4. So if you play rook c8, we play bishop d4, I will get rid of your bishop from g7, I will eliminate the option of rook takes e3. And I don't care how much pawns you are taking, I first want to get stability.
And queen c7, you can just play rook, no, rook d2. No,
I mean, I always
rook
have
h2.
some rook h2.
Yeah, rook
this
h2.
is always in my pocket. Neither with knight d3, neither with knight b3, because I'm protecting that the knight. I was wondering that maybe you take on f4, and I anyway wanted to play bishop d4.
And how many pawns do we have? 4 pawns.
You already have 4 pawns, yes. Would prefer to be white, to be honest, but okay, there are so many things
then
possible.
I would wonder what happens if I play rook e2, yeah? If I don't
rook e4 now?
No, if I take it on f4, not to... rook e4 doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, there are, but again a8 is hanging, because I wanted to say that you could try to take in order to stop bishop d4, but it doesn't not work.
What if
you can go queen f6, but you can take like this. I'm anyway not such a huge fan. Yeah. But you have 4 pawns, so the 4 pawns should not be underestimated into the attack. That not. But before we get there, even I would not rule out that this is not a bad position for black at all.
Yeah.
In fact, I like the queen on f4 more than... Also the knight can get to e4. This is a very nice pawn structure, and with all the open files.
Positional compensation rather than direct getting.
It's not clear compensating for whom, because material-wise you are already 4 pawns. Okay, we assume that some pawn will be falling, but yeah, this is very complicated. And let's get knight c2.
Rook c.
Option, but at the same time already rook c8. Maybe I have bishop b5 tempo. Maybe that's and you need something immediate.
Knight d7.
But this case you are going backwards, but you are very tricky.
C2.
Yeah, you
but
are very tricky.
d6. I'm not sure.
But queen d6, no, then you take on c2. Yeah, I mean this knight d7 was incredible, sneaky, because you felt. I mean, I felt like bishop b5. I'm developing tempo, and then you hit me with some problems.
Counterattack.
Yeah. Okay, this is another another issue. I also have some bishop c4 move. I mean,
yeah,
of course,
this looks much.
That's the problem of Rook c8, that it gives white somehow too much. Too much. 5 has to be taken, and I believe Fabi will soon castle.
Yeah.
I mean, castling long is
castle and.
Yeah, then with this queen f6. I like queen f6. I like queen f6. So bishop d4 is kind of forced. And then I take with check, king b1, and here I need a good move.
Yep.
I mean, even but no, it's not so easy. Because I wanted to say that even you can go queen e4, change the queens, but then I get bishop g2, and all of a sudden my bishops are getting maybe too strong.
I know it's too much what I'm gonna suggest it now, but just for the sake of try, if instead of queen f6 I will take on e3,
yes, knight
and
8.
play knight a4.
Because I wanted to illustrate that queen f6 was not possible,
Yeah,
because if queen f6 would be possible, it would be very tempting to do this. But so you want to go knight a4.
Knight a4. But I'm rook down.
You are rook down, so I will try to develop bishop c4.
Yeah, with bishop c4, let's say I will go rook c8. I'm going all in.
Going all in, but can I maybe just...
Yeah, I'm just...
You are not threatening anything.
No.
I can also, okay, first take here.
So if bishop b2, you would go king c2, yeah?
I go king c2, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is the point. It seems that with the bishop in control.
Yeah, so that's too much.
Yeah, but Fabi is taking his time. A little bit surprised. Does he have other move apart of long castle?
And we are not really missing anything on long castle, right? There is no direct tactic.
I mean, at least I didn't see
this bishop b2, king b2, knight a4, king b3 or king c1.
I just go king c1, yeah. I mean,
queen f6, bishop d4.
I always have, yeah. If I'm only worried of the bishop immediately.
Yes.
If I see that the line continues, I'm already happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So long castle, queen f6 or gf. And what else? What else is there?
Bishop c4 maybe.
Yeah, bishop c4, but it's so scary.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you take gf4 and all this.
Queen f7, queen f4.
All these things, I don't know. I mean, just something like this comes, then you can castle at least.
Rook e4, no? Rook e4.
Yeah, you can play rook e4, and okay, this is
queen f1. It looks
this should be winning.
ugly,
Yeah, queen h4, and it's resigned. No, no, this is clearly not an option. So fg long castle played. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fabi was teasing us a bit, but finally
he was just probably checking all this bishop b2, knight a4, rook e3 stuff, that he doesn't blunder anything. And
yeah, he had to castle. And now the question, yeah, really, which way is better for black? To take gf4 when he wins a tempo, but his queen on d8 gets stuck, bishop d4, or to so-called lose a tempo but activate the queen.
Yeah.
Instinctively, I like this somehow more.
Queen f6 and queen f4, right?
Because here I have this feeling that any kind of endgame can be fine for black in this structure, because I will have some very nice, for example, let's imagine I take, you of course don't have to take like this, I'm just showing something, and in long terms black plays knight e4, black plays f5, king g7, king f6, I have a lovely construction.
Yeah.
But
knight on e4 is very good, and if you don't want to take this knight.
Yeah. And when I take gf4, bishop d4, then I feel like I don't have this control of, and the f4 pawn might be lost.
Exactly. Yeah, it looks.
it's not the position.
It's not the position. It's not boring.
That's what it was. It's not just playing the game, but how much nerves you are losing in the preparation, during the games.
Of course.
Before the game, after it, I mean, it's so much tension and so much at stake for everybody. And we also don't know exactly, for example, Firouzja, how did he sleep before the game against when facing Garry Kasparov, like in '99 in my first Linux tournament, it was one thing that you knew that you are facing Garry Kasparov. Another thing was facing a sleepless night, because I mean, how will I survive the opening with black? I mean, Garry knows everything. Whenever I will jump, I will have problems. Yeah? And then you don't sleep, and then you go to the game against Garry.
Yeah.
It's
difficult.
Yeah. And after the game,
but he was relieved a bit.
Okay, he was relieved. At the same time, definitely many thoughts came to his mind. Yeah, thought like, why I'm not yet ready. I mean, how I got tricked in the opening. Maybe I should work even more. Maybe I should do this or that. And usually those things, if those thoughts come to you during the tournament, it's not good, because this should be answered after the tournament. During the tournament, you should never have any doubts. You have to believe, you have to trust yourself what you know, because you are cooking with the material that you have at the moment.
Yeah.
And
you cannot change anything in one day.
Exactly, yeah.
Even during the tournament, somebody misses something, and then it's most common mistake that their thoughts are when they missed something, and then it can be completely misplayed. So they'll get it, look at the position, and answer all the questions after the tournament.
They never care what. I mean, they just live in
there are no emotions involved.
No emotions at all. Yeah.
We need computers with emotions, so that they understand us.
They feel the tension. They understand what we feel. Yeah, I mean, how we feel.
Exactly. It's easy for computers nowadays.
Because it's a very, very important question, and a very big question. It might decide, in fact, that it will lead his decision here, gf4 or queen f6. Now he's thinking maybe it's a good time to check out what Magnus is doing. What is Magnus Carlsen doing?
We shouldn't forget, of course, Magnus Carlsen is just half point behind the sole leader of the tournament, Fabiano Caruana. He won 2 games in a row already, and we are afraid of Magnus when he starts winning. He is playing versus Vladislav Kovalyev today, who doesn't have very pretty tournaments, but he fought very hard and got one of 2 lost positions.
Yes, it's incredible. I mean, so if he survives this game, then one can say that the last 3 games went really fantastically for him. And he did make a move. So after bishop g3, dc4 been played. So black postpones taking on g3 as long as possible, not to place bishop e7, so that white will not escape with the g3 bishop. So bishop a2 back, a6, rook d1, the tempo is played, queen a5, and bishop b1. The typical stuff.
Looks pretty for white.
I mean,
this diagonal, the battery.
Checkmate. The question is, how do you deal with it? And look at Dubov's. Look, g5, bishop f4, and then he says, really?
Really, I mean, Magnus, again?
And also how the guy doesn't know what is it. I already showed to the whole world that this exists. Why you are not ready? Why you are not prepared?
And the problem in this position is that you don't want to go knight f6 back, you don't want to weaken the king side with g6, but you have to do something with the checkmate on h7. You cannot leave it like this.
Because just ignoring it is not recommended. Check. Not just on h7, but also on h8.
But maybe it is kind of the same way. Very good. In fact, if we turn on engines or computers, it's not be that big, but we are all humans and it looks pretty annoying.
I mean, I don't know actually how to evaluate the position, because the question is really if I play g6, what is happening?
Yeah, because if knight f6, you kind of don't have the option anymore to take on g3, and you lost a lot of tempo, and
exactly.
This g3 bishop is almost so pretty weak, so g6 probably is the only move.
Only justification.
Yeah. And how scary it is. On the other hand, queen on a5 is also sort of misplaced, but it doesn't have good squares anyway.
Yeah, but still, okay, I'm not liking black's position, but I do see some kind of scenarios. Imagine if white does nothing, just play some standard move like castles. Now, of course, then I'm already taking, takes, I'm gonna go rook d8, and if I get time to go bishop d7, bishop e8, I'm perfectly fine.
Yeah.
So, in fact, I just wanted to illustrate that there is also some kind of pressure on. It has the feeling that now is the momentum, but you also have to try to make use of this momentum, because just few moves. We are talking about the Queen's Gambit.
Yeah.
I mean, not by accident this opening has such a reputation. The structure itself is rock solid, but since Kovalev is taking his time, I'm some really big problem after g6 for him.
If I go knight d4,
yeah, knight d4 is not a move I'm scared of.
Yeah.
Okay, I will just take
rook
d4. Okay, I have some access to f6 square.
Yeah. I want probably to play bishop h4, so bishop f6. Yeah, it doesn't look really scary, but
yeah,
rook a4.
Yeah, you have all kinds of moves. Feeling-wise, I simply thought that my knight on c6 anyway. That if you want to exchange it, I mean, I'm not that scared, but maybe it's because I'm scared, I'm expecting the worst, but maybe knight d4 is just an option. But what else?
You can go bishop d6.
You can go bishop d6, but then I take and go. Another position where you are definitely slightly better, but if you have nothing better than to take and, for example, castle, then we can argue that yes, you are better, but how much?
Yeah, and
I will try to bring back, white.
Remembering last two games of Vladislav Kovalev, we have faith in him that he will defend it. Yeah.
Okay,
although he was not playing against Magnus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to say. But why is he thinking? Why is he really thinking? Be a reason, because if g6 is a really solid alternative, he already had spent a lot of time, then you don't feel like. I was wondering that is it possible that somewhere something like b4 is the real problem for the queen, but queen can I take this pawn?
Yeah, queen a3.
And I didn't really see why I cannot. And
f5.
Other move is f5, but I thought it's too committal.
I don't like f5 if he doesn't have any concrete plan in his mind.
Yeah, I see in the chat people were like speculating. Why is he thinking? There is mate in one threat.
Make a move.
Believe me, deciding between f5 and g6 is one of those things. As professional chess players, we know that is also weakening, g6 is also weakening, then you really have to go deep into the position in order to finally make your decision.
Yeah, f5 and but I don't know. Like if I remove my bishop, then g4 is also alternative for white. Although I don't want to leave my king in the center.
Okay. Just f5 that I just hate such moves. The problem is that, for example, when we talk about the same that we have seen before, for example, after bishop d6, takes, rook d8, let's assume we play something similar like before, then thanks to this e6 f5 structure, I feel like the chances things are getting really wrong. But even if white would just play something slow, even in long terms, this construction is weak. So in this sense, I do believe that Kovalev wanted to take control of the e4 square. That's kind of his thought, yeah, that after g6, he felt somewhere that this knight e4 or something was bothering him on g6. Is maybe bishop h4 a move?
Maybe.
I mean, it looks so strange, but I mean, if you already played f5, it's not a move you want to make. And look at Magnus. Magnus is like
what?
Thinking that, what?
Really?
This is a real weakening.
Maybe his idea is just that he wants to be more active and don't get into kind of Magnus's type of position, but
no, but he would love to be solid. The only problem is I think he had some, because once you are playing the game, it's you have different feeling. In fact, g6 knight h4 is possible. Maybe is this a move?
Oh,
maybe
I want to take.
I want to take on g6, yeah.
Uh-oh.
And even after knight takes g3, maybe I have knight takes g6. This like this.
And yeah.
Yeah, because I mean it felt like if black plays f5, it means that he is really worried of something.
Yeah.
So g6 knight h5, I have nothing. Yeah, in fact, then there is
how to defend
nothing,
it,
because
bishop h4 you don't want to.
This is not an option,
up,
exactly. I mean, yes, it's an option compared to resignation, but not according to. And knight takes g3, this is of course very important that white can simply
take and mate.
Do this. Or can I go back to f5? It feels like, okay, you will have g4 at the end.
Anyway, it just a piece, and
I mean, you have the interest, but
castle.
After f5, but okay, then f5 had to be played.
Yeah, it was forced, and Magnus just castled.
But this case, the question which arose here in somewhere, how big is Magnus' age?
Yeah,
is fully understandable, because now we are talking about real serious issues.
Advantage, yeah.
Serious issues.
A lot of things happened in. Actually, we have quite a bit of development in Anand Vityukov game. Knight c3.
So knight c3, bishop f5 was played first. Bishop f4. Basically, yeah.
Black doesn't hurry up to.
There is the fork.
Yeah.
But white has rook e5.
And then rook f5 and 2 pieces for the knight. It's very good for white piece.
Point, yeah, bishop f4. Knight f takes d5.
Takes, bishop d5, queen d5, rook. Move to protect the bishop, and queen b3.
Queen b3.
Still isolated d pawn, but very good e5 square. Yeah, active pieces, but 2 bishops.
Yeah, I mean, if this f5 bishop could somehow land on d5, it will be of course lovely. With bishop on f5, it's a little bit hanging in the air, and I don't know if I'm mistaken or not, but I do feel like I this position already in my analysis. But those Italian stuff are so confusing, because it seems like you actually check this position, and after the game it turns out that yes, I checked almost exactly the same position, but some small minor detail is there. Already the whole position is completely different.
Yeah, very intense games today. We will go on break shortly, but don't go anywhere. A lot of excitement is waiting for you, so we'll be back soon. Firouzja. We are here in Vacanze Tata Steel Chess Tournament. This is the game of Jordan van Foreest versus Jan-Christoph Duda. A lot of things happened after we seen this game. Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we have been focusing on Magnus's game and on Fabiano's game, and we little bit missed the action of Jordan, and I feel like, is it because poor Jordan didn't manage to win yesterday's game? Imagine if he would have won, he would be with +C leading the tournament.
Leading the tournament.
And there would simply be no way out that we would have full attention. Like this, Jordan needs to win one more game in order to he gets there where...
To get all our attention.
Yes, where all the Dutch fans hope to see him. Because after all, when you will... I mean, one can speculate that, yeah, it's a wonderful result, and when he will have a chance of getting again to so close. Yeah, so it's one of a lifetime possibility at the moment. If Jordan will keep on improving, then maybe in the future one can assume that he will have more chances like this. But I mean, he's in the fight and he can even win the tournament.
Of course, he had so far great tournament, and his games, the quality of the games, it's amazing. He's playing a very aggressive chess, and he is probably one of the best prepared player in Tata Steel A group.
I mean, at least from the positions that he's getting, he's very familiar with. Yeah. Because, okay, this who is the best prepared, it's always very tricky because who has more analysis on his computer, but you cannot use it. But what I feel that Jordan has learned his lesson from last year, and he somehow made such a strategy that he can really make use of his prep.
Right.
And in this sense, we should probably also mention he's here with
Norwegian
with
Sebastian.
Yes. I know the Christian, but I wanted to say immediately his full name. I was talking to him so much now in Moscow. We had lunch and dinner together, and suddenly I was I'm getting extremely tired. To be honest, I also need this rest day tomorrow, and it's clear that he's doing an incredible good job.
Yeah.
And in this sense, also that they already experienced together this tournament last year, because it was not just that Jordan played alone, but they were together as a team. They learned a lot.
Yeah.
And this is always very, very happy. I mean, very good.
They are friends also, and it's very nice. They are working together.
Because the point is that when you have, for example, a new second who is not yet accustomed to the situation, then, for example, Jordan experienced last year what happened, and he would have now a new trainer or new second. And then this new second would have no feeling whatsoever what Jordan felt like went wrong last year.
Yeah.
But now they exactly together could make the strategy. Yeah. And it almost feels like some targeted world championship match preparation when you try to find this type of positions where you feel familiar and happy.
Feel good and happy,
And he's getting those positions.
Yeah, all playable positions. Objectively, it might be anything huge, but he is getting it, and we know that so far he had a great tournament.
We can speak about general grounds that, yes, black has a slightly damaged pawn structure, yes, but usually this slightly damaged pawn structure, what Duda has is a problem if white is the one who controls the things, but here it feels like black has enough compensation for the weak squares. Yeah. Because imagine the white knight getting to c4, it would be a whole different story, but this knight is not getting there so easily, and after c65, black also indicates that I have some intentions on the long diagonal. Look at black's pieces.
Yeah.
So it's not like a risk-free gratis advantage for white. It's double-edged position.
It's very dynamic, and I guess if white is not careful, some tactics might happen, as the bishop on d6, if bishop comes to b7, and some knight f4 jumps. I don't know. I'm feeling scared when I see such positions.
Yeah, but on the other hand, white has a very, very solid construction, very nice structure. His pieces with bishop d3, bishop d2, queen c2 are in perfect harmony, and let's not forget that black king is still in the center, so black will need one extra move to castle.
Right.
And one scenario, for example, if I just play rook e1, now to illustrate something, castles, I make some move, rook a d1, bishop b7, Now already the position looks much better for white than before because the rooks are well in connection. I go bishop c1. And all of a sudden it turns out that it's not so easy to make use of these jumps because I have the control.
Yeah.
So most probably you will have to move with queen to c7.
White centralized very well.
White centralized very well. However, with queen c7 you put some pressure here. What I always felt like I can rely on bishop e4 in any moment whenever your knight jumps. However, now if I play bishop e4, then I feel like I might be asking for some trouble with f5. I don't want to let this happen.
To risk it, yeah.
Yeah. Another question is that should I really waste time for these moves, or can I somehow maybe play g3 first? I mean, it would be also a possibility to somehow transfer the bishop to g2 to have security there, but I feel like the bishop is well enough. I mean, this cost me too much time, too much tempo to
regroup and
yeah.
We have a question in chat actually. Can someone explain why Magnus's position is so strong? So just briefly, if we can go back to Magnus's position, he did not. Oh.
Yeah, so
a lot of things happened actually.
So castle takes, bishop f6 happened.
Bishop f6, e4.
e4, so he breaks in the center. Yeah, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, queen a3, ef5, ef5, rook fe1. Well, the problem for black is that his bishop is not yet developed and he cannot really develop it. Yeah. And there are all kinds of weaknesses in black's king side. The pawn on h6 makes a very nice little square g6 available for the white knight, for example, with knight h4, knight g6.
And the active pieces also.
Yeah, active pieces. There are all kinds of holes in black's position, and one has the feeling that it will be very difficult to cover all the holes in this position.
Yeah, I guess also a bit of interesting stuff for our viewers was that after e4, bishop c3, white gave up the a3 pawn, right? After bishop c3, there is no queen c3, but instead Magnus took with b takes c3, gave up the a3 pawn just to keep the queens on the board and the diagonal. And as you explained, there are a lot of weaknesses in black's position, and it is very difficult, first of all, to develop all his pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if I would see this position in some analyze, then my first instinct would that black has to take back his moves, because here this is already bad news.
Yeah,
that's the feeling. I mean, feeling wise I would give plus minus to this position, so clear advantage for white, not winning advantage, but really a clear advantage. And even one scenario like queen c5, there are options like rook d5 even.
That's beautiful.
But to be honest, I'm not even sure as white I would love to give my opponent this chance or not.
The position is so strong that you don't want to give the advantage for the queen.
Exactly. Yeah, because I feel like in this position, despite I have won the queen, feel that black's drawing chances has improved compared to the position here when it feels that this is all way too shaky.
Yeah, and as he said in the interview yesterday, Magnus said that he feels that he has pretty good chances beating Vladislav Kovalyov. He got a very nice game, he got an advantage, and we will keep an eye on him how he will deliver it, or if he delivers it.
Yeah, the problem black is facing that this is a long-term compensation, so it's not that there are immediately direct threats, but one feels that in 2-3 moves time, white will be able to build up such pressure that black will have really hard time dealing with. The question is, probably black should somehow evacuate this king. I mean, the king should be removed from this diagonal, because we have seen so many possibilities against the king on g8, king h7, but it also enters some different diagonal, and playing king h8 exactly because of the g6 square with knight h4 is also not recommended.
Yeah, this is very tough for black just to find some counterplay, because he's pawn up, but he needs development.
Yeah, look at Firouzja comes to the board, he takes a look at it, and he's not impressed. I mean, he feels like, how can you get such a position with black?
Yeah, he's like, okay, pass. What is he doing actually? How did he react, Firouzja?
What Firouzja is doing, because here I'm wondering how Vladislav will react, and it's not obvious at all. And Fabiano, okay, so we have a lot of actions. Finally, Alireza chose g takes f4, bishop d4, takes. Aha, so takes, because...
So he didn't go for queen f6, but instead he took on f4, but...
Yeah, because of this bishop takes d4, I think this is very important, because probably he spotted it, that if knight takes back, then you somehow feel that white's queen is a little bit vulnerable here.
Rook e5?
Yeah, maybe some rook e5 somewhere, even though rook e5 I wanted to suggest, then queen comes back to f3, and maybe the rook e5 is not in our favor, but still maybe just queen f6 first.
Yeah.
I mean, black has his play, so queen d4 keeps better control of the situations, but now black played knight e6, a nice little retreat, also indicating that black is willing, I mean, ready to depart from the fourth pawn, because he doesn't need this fourth pawn. After queen d6, probably queen f6 would give black immensely strong counterplay with rook d8. So Fabi chose queen d2. He says, no, I don't want to take this pawn on d6, because in fact it gives white stability. He doesn't have to think about the d file, and queen f6.
And also I guess that d5 square is very important when the pawn is already on d6, but if you take it, then d5 square, it kind of loses its importance. If we imagine that I put my bishop on d5 and then have a control on f file, it's much better. Or knight is also
because otherwise you can pin it.
Yes,
like this, it's stable. It's much more stable square.
So it's not always a good idea to take pawns. That's, I'm telling myself, I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah, I don't know actually. The biggest problem what I face in this position, that how to evaluate it, because it's obvious to me that somehow white needs king b1, bishop c4, bishop d5, but what is the evaluation of the position?
Yeah, for me, I think it very much depends on tempos and times, because if white gets initiative somehow, then I think piece will be a piece. So black should always try to stabilize and not give what white wants.
Yeah, I mean, if white gets bishop to c4 and rook to f1, then all this attack, but how to do it? So if you start with bishop c4, I most probably hit you with rook c8.
And if bishop d5, then something like an option.
Rook c5 is an option, but okay, I just play king b1.
Yeah, and if I play rook c8, something like queen f5 might be threat now. Yeah,
queen f5 is your big resource in the position, because it will hit d5 bishop, it will hit c2 knight, and it's an unpleasant pin. Interesting. In this sense, maybe, okay, it would be nice to use this tempo also on bishop b5 and king b1 somehow also should be played. And there is another argument why I'm hesitating, that there is some idea to go knight b4 and knight d5 to activate the knight like this and say that, okay, the bishop doesn't belong to, or doesn't necessarily have to go to d5. Many options. And very difficult
very
options,
difficult
because
choices.
There are so much arguments for each options.
Yeah.
But finally, Fabi has to make up his mind, and he can only choose one.
Yeah, and probably both of the players should have their ideal piece placement in mind. For example, I don't know, what is the ideal structure for white? What he aims to get? Bishop on d5, knight, like pieces out of open files, king b1, rook f1, but d5 square belongs to which piece?
Yeah,
knight
it's very hard to say, because in general I thought that if I go bishop c4, rook f1, it all looks very nice.
Yeah.
And then the line we started discussing, bishop d5, I was feeling very comfortable. Okay, king b1, rook f1, and all of a sudden this rook c5, king b1, rook e c8, was somewhat surprisingly unpleasant to face, because now I did not want, okay, already going to b4 is not recommended, and there are all kinds of, for example, it would be nice to get the knight to f3, but I'm running into some checkmate.
Yeah, that's beautiful checkmate, rook c1, and there we go, queen d5. So white has to be careful.
Yeah, how to get the coordination.
Yeah.
So in this sense, I can say that I would love to get the bishop to d5, but it comes at what cost?
Doesn't work in tempos, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And once I get the bishop to d5, then I cannot put the knight from c2 nicely somewhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
And did Fabi make a move? Yes, king b1 is played.
B1.
So he's postponing the decision. I'm liking this move.
Yeah. Prophylactic move. He is going away from c file, which is very understandable, and yet he does not know where does the bishop belongs. He might use a tempo with bishop b5 or bishop g2, or at some point bishop c4. And now it is time for Firouzja to probably just take the open file, because all other pieces are having good squares. Knight is very good on e6, and I think it's a good moment to improve his rook's positions, right?
Yeah, that's one thing. Another thing that, okay, after rook c8, white can develop the bishop with bishop a6 or with bishop b5 with a tempo.
Yeah.
It's a question if it bothers him or not. And another idea is that could black eventually consider something like d6, d5, just because this some piece landing on d5 is so irritating. Let me get rid of this pawn, and then if you don't get access to the d5 square anymore, then it might have a nice positional impact on the position. So I would also not rule this move out.
Yeah, it does seem interesting one. Let's take a look at there are so many games. A lot of development happened in Wesley So's game. We have already this position.
Wow.
Bishop g6, bishop c2. That was a bit unexpected. Can we show a move before?
Yeah, I mean in general, yeah, here.
Bishop b3, yeah? Beautiful move.
Yeah, black hit white with bishop b3. White took bishop takes g6, and black took bishop takes c2. I'm actually happy for the developments in this game, because around this point when they blitzed out till here, I was really worried that not that the game will just quickly end in some draw, and here we see some justification that maybe Yuan had quite a deep preparation and had assumed that yes, maybe this is a draw, but if I will be pawn up,
let me be pawn up.
Let me be pawn up, exactly. And those are psychological things. If it turns out that black is suffering in this line, it's not such a comfortable draw, then maybe this line will start to disappear from the practice. Yeah? It's another thing that it's typically, if you are faced with this opening without remembering exactly your analysis, it's not so easy to neutralize it completely. Then when you look at it with computer at home, again, computer makes all these precise moves, and somehow move per move it makes a draw. It's just incredible.
Then you just, of course.
Yeah, and bishop h5, yeah, the white bishop will come to f3, and yes, usually...
it's still suffering a bit.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's and what I wanted to say that usually 3 versus 2 is like a clear draw, because people know the clear patterns. However, if the white bishop gets to f3, and imagine, for example, black plays bishop g6, white gets the bishop to f3, there is no way how black can really get to white's position. White can try to
play h4, h5.
Yeah, improve with h4, h5, and this might be really unpleasant suffering. And also maybe this is exactly what Yuan with a very bad score so far needs. That he can torture his opponent and forever and gain confidence also that finally things are going my way as well.
This is definitely two result position for white, risk-free endgame, just pawn up, and of course Yuan try his best to make most of it. Another endgame, we have a lot of endgames actually. is in Anish's game. We left it in opening phase.
Yeah, we left it here. And it was kind of the big question, what should white do? Yeah. White finally chose castles, rook d8, a3, so restricting the knight from a6, but also giving black time to kind of consolidate. Bishop d7, knight d6, rook a b8. It's still just the beginning because rook d2, bishop e8, rook fd1, knight c5. So very precise calculation is required. Now, of course, black is threatening with knight b3.
Yeah.
So one option would be now to take the bishop. I can take on e8.
And I can either take one rook, which makes me more comfortable because then I would not have problem with d7 square, or I can take with king, yeah?
Okay, probably you take on d2
yeah,
first. Yeah, you
d2
take,
first.
And now the question, how you take it back.
He can probably win a tempo with knight b3 if he needs to.
If he wants.
Yeah.
Okay, rook back to d1.
And rook e8 probably. I don't think white has anything left.
No, the point is that usually this is nice, that I take, but then I don't need h3, b2, I need b3, a2 pawn structure in order to pose real problems. This feels completely empty here, so most probably bishop takes c6 is not an idea in this position, but then really what to do? I mean, you remember I told you it hit me that maybe this knight d4 is interesting, because exactly I was afraid of this scenario, that what happens, I play some natural move, castle, rook d8, and I miss this chance.
Yeah, and then it's easier for black. It's easier, not easy, but it's easier for black.
It's easier, and now Duo is taking his time.
Yeah, and there is no.
Yeah, because knight b6
going on. Yeah.
So I don't want to take
if I play b4, knight b3, and rook b2, take everything on d6.
But d6 is hanging.
Yeah, and b3.
No, you can. But rook d3, then I have knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is bad news for white. Then b4 is just not possible.
Yeah.
Then it's not possible. Then I kind of have to take on e8, but.
But the other endgame also nothing is left, yeah?
Which
if
one?
b4, knight b3, rook b2 takes, then rook b3, it's like everything is.
I mean, I feel that it's so empty that I even don't want to have a look at it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, this is perfectly fine for black.
Yeah.
It's even, I don't know, maybe black can even try to
because of the advanced pawns.
And also after b4, the knight on c3 is loose. Not that black takes over with some rook c8. Okay, you would not mind if black takes over, but yeah, I mean, this is enough reason not even to look in this direction. For white is to realize that knight takes e8, which was probably the idea and the planned way of getting an advantage, that suddenly you realize that maybe there is no advantage.
Yeah.
And I somehow have the feeling that this is exactly what Daniel Dubov is now confronted with, that what is happening here.
Yeah. And knight b3. We also shouldn't forget that we have challengers group as well, and Erwin Lamy, who is sharing the first place with 6 points out of 9 in challengers group, is playing against Vincent Keimer, and we know that Peter is Vincent's second. First question was like, Peter, are you happy with the opening?
Well, I'm completely exhausted.
I know, I'm sorry, I have to ask you.
Yes, no, of course. I mean, the point is that playing against Erwin Lamy with black, it's always a very, very unpleasant situation. I mean, you don't know whom are you playing against.
Yeah.
Is it Erwin? It's not like it's clear. Yeah, Erwin is the main second of Anish. So yes, Anish is working for the candidates with Erwin. Clearly, those ideas which are prepared for the candidates will be not played by Erwin. But I mean, I know exactly that when you work with a super grandmaster, you create millions of ideas in all kinds of openings. and there are so many lines which your so-called boss will tell you, yeah, you can play this, it's no problem. Yeah. And all those little lines which often are played in the Blitz tournaments or in the World Rapid and Blitz by the players can be easily used against Vincent, and you don't know from where this slight problem will come. That's why your game against Erwin, and when I saw
and first d4.
I mean, you are experimenting with e4. Last year the experiment against Vincent worked very well. Why don't you again continue experimenting? But the point is that now after e4, Vincent in this tournament has also played the Caro-Kann, a part of Najdorf. So this kind of indicated for Erwin maybe that, okay, I don't want to prepare against two openings, and in d4, d5, knows that if you want to get the Catalan, you can get the Catalan against Vincent.
Anyhow, take.
And they played this line. This is in fact a very fashionable line now with c takes d5, a fresh line. Rook c1, bishop b7, queen b3. It's a move that was played against Bluebaum here in Vaikanze two years ago, I believe, because the critical move exactly in this position is somehow with bishop c7, queen e8, and some modern theory has appeared here. But obviously Erwin said, I'm not interested about all those lines, I want to get my position.
Yeah.
Queen b3, rook c8, knight a3. Seems like nothing is really happening, but
it took Vincent quite a lot of time though.
Yeah, and Erwin is I mean Erwin is in 1:17 on the clock, plays knight a3. Now all kinds of knight b5 threats are there. So a6 had been played, knight c2. Very nice regrouping.
Maneuver,
yeah, because it's not obvious yet where is this knight going or what is really happening. Feeling wise, I think earlier people just assumed that if knight is the a6 equal. Yeah, I mean without going very deep into the position, you cannot go very deep into every position. So knight c2, and Vincent is faced with the question then, how are you gonna solve this problem that you would love to get the queen to a8, but the rook on c8 is disturbing in this sense. So knight h5, a very typical way of kicking away this bishop from the diagonal.
Yeah, very direct.
d2 goes knight b4. Now black takes the chance, uses the chance to take queen a8, but now white gets knight d3. Yeah. And all of a sudden this knight from b1 step by step reached the perfect square on d3. Yeah. Another thing is that one can argue that how much is this, what is this?
Yeah.
But certainly something which Professor Erwin Lamy can really look forward to. I mean, this is what I love in Erwin's games, that I mean, it's so instructive. He is always with step by step, move per move, very calmly improves his pieces.
He enjoys such.
Yeah, and when finally he wins the game, it's always never really clear where did his opponent make a mistake, and this is what I really like.
Yeah, bishop d8, and this is the current position. It does seem that.
I mean, white is pressing.
White is pressing, but we don't really know how much.
Yeah, because the point is that, okay, the position is very symmetrical. Black has the open file. The weakness on b6 is of course something you worry about, but with bishop d8 he protects the b6 pawn, and white problem is that the bishop on g2 is not really participating in the game.
Yeah, that's good news for black.
Yeah, and there is also no clear sign how this bishop will really get into the game, and how much more pressure white can pose in this position. Pressing, but my boy Vincent is in this
fighter. He's will
yes.
So meanwhile we'll take a short break, and don't go anywhere. A lot of things is happening today. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. This is Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We are here in Vaikanze. It is already 10th round and we still have sole leader Fabiano Caruana playing against Alireza Firouzja and world champion Magnus Carlsen playing against Vladislav Kovalev. Woo, what's going on? Is Magnus going to deliver it pretty soon?
So. Yeah, I mean, it seems so. The position looks awful for black. Okay, it had been looking very bad ever since he was forced to play f7, f5.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the key moment of the game, or the key moment was definitely already earlier, because if black had to play f5, it was clear that this is very bad sign for black.
Right.
And Magnus with very energetic play, giving up the pawn, opening up the center, perfect judgment that yes, this pawn is not important after you have weakened your structure so much. I just need to open up the
all my pieces are looking at the king side as well.
Exactly, takes, look f1, and here it already looked very bad. This is where we left off. Queen a5, g4, very energetic, very nice way of breaking the diagonal. Queen c7, knight h4, putting even more pressure, and Kovalev has spent all his time and went down to 15 minutes. Probably there are no good moves, and he played a desperate move g5,
which does not impress.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I cannot believe that white doesn't have a forced win at its disposal. I believe that it has. One of the lines, of course, knight g6, knight takes f5 are all looking very natural, but the first thought that comes to me that can I make somehow gf
and f6
f6 work? Yeah, this is the way how you would like to play.
F6.
I mean, I'm stuttering. Rook f6, I thought
e8,
that I go rook e8,
g7. King g7, sorry.
then mate.
Then mate.
Then checkmate.
Yeah.
If you go
rook f8, then queen g6, queen g7.
Exactly. That was
bishop
the
a2.
question that I assume that this should be checkmate, but is it really checkmate or not? Because this is the only way how black can actually escape the game. If you think that you are checkmating your opponent and there is no checkmate at the end.
That's true. But somehow it feels that there should be something.
It's like a miracle. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a miracle if there is no mate here, but to be honest, I don't see it. And then I want to, so rook takes f6 is possible, yeah?
Rook takes f6,
okay,
but
you have to give the check. Rook no, I mean,
rook f8.
Was rook
and
f8.
if I go bishop a2 check first, then king g7
then
and
king g7.
yeah.
So maybe this is the trick of Kovalev, that he wants to tempt Magnus into winning in brilliant style, and this line, this is the only line which does not work for white. I mean, really shocking, because it looks like, okay, no way this is not checkmate, but sometimes miracles do exist.
Miracles happen. That's true.
Well, I don't think that it will happen, but it's already like incredible that it exists.
Yeah.
That instead of resigns, black is
if I just
on
play quiet move rook rook e1, rook d e1 before
actually,
check.
no, actually in the chat somebody is mentioning some rook d6 incredible stuff, which is a very computerish move if it's true. I don't know how much we can judge it. What does it mean?
I don't know. Rook d6.
I know, instead of queen g6 check.
Queen g6. Rook d6. Yeah.
Here rook d6, but this is incredible. I mean, if this, then this is game of the year.
But also rook e1 with rook e7 is also possible. Yeah, rook de1 now, but rook d6 is very impressive.
I mean, I feel like I will somehow jump out with
and queen f5. And then rook e8.
Then I take, finally I connected.
Rook e8, but then I don't have mate, but I have, I'm not piece down, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, you are going for it to kill. And this is of course incredible. If rook d6 here, the rook is hanging on e8. I have never seen something like this. This is just, computer can play like this. I mean,
if I take
the point is queen g6.
Queen g7 and takes.
And now it's
this is beautiful.
This is insanely
really
beautiful. I mean, look, this is, because the feeling is that you want to play gf.
Yeah.
Because all those primitive wins with knight g6 or knight takes f5, believe me, already don't want to interest you.
Yes, you want to see the beauty, and that's what Magnus is doing right now. I guess he takes his time, not because he does not.
On the other hand, if he assumes that, for example, knight f5 or, and he takes knight f5. Yeah, a little bit disappointedly, but he thought that if this is winning, then why do I need any brilliance?
But that looks like winning. I mean, how do you survive?
Yeah, it is just extremely bad for black, but on the other hand, if you are black, you were just afraid a few moves ago to not have a move at all. Finally, you got rid of this terrible bishop, at the cost of big...
But, was it forced, the knight gf, gh stuff?
Yeah, gf stuff was actually pretty forced, I mean, if after g5, g takes f5, you have no other move then, because if you don't take, then it's...
no, you should, definitely.
It's hopeless. That's how it feels, and after f6, queen g6,
queen f7,
and queen f7, bishop a2,
So he has to take, and then the stuff is pretty much forced.
Of course, this is the puzzle when, white to move and win. If this is really the only move, it's already even here difficult, but white to... I mean, why would you even consider? You don't see any direct win, and everything else is good.
It wins though, if queen f7 and bishop a2 again. Rook d6, queen f7, bishop. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there was probably some incredible win, but this one looks like a technical win. And a very practical one, much more practical, because here things cannot go wrong for white. The question is how to play with black. Should you try to block this diagonal, but then white might play bishop a6, bishop e6 and invade on the 7th with rook d7. So I'm not liking it.
Directly also be played.
But if you insist on rook e6, then I feel like I'm maybe getting some kind of a defensive setup. I want to go king g7 and try to hold on as long as possible. I don't know how long I can hold on. The position is terrible, but I do feel that it justifies my rook f6 move. But I'm really worried that you give check, king g7, and you go bishop e6. You are setting rook d7, and rook d8 will not really help me because my rook is now misplaced on f6. It's not fighting for the d file. In this sense, then maybe something like rook a8, but rook a8 then takes f6 comes. So and rook f6 played.
And now is the moment.
Yeah, rook f6 had to be played because you have to keep an eye on this f5, f6.
Yep. And we actually people are a bit confused what we have on live board. The live board game is Erwin Lalmi's game against Vincent Keimer, which we were looking before as well, and that is the top board of challengers. And here we have Magnus's game once again.
Rook e6 blitzed out immediately. So going for this rook e6. Okay, now rook af8.
Rook af8.
Should be. I mean, it's if already you insist on this defensive setup, then probably rook af8 should be played.
It looks so good. Even now, bishop a2.
No, of course, white's position looks very good, but
the same. He can play same, bishop a2 and then rook f6 and bishop e6.
You have just such domination.
Too much,
The knight is okay. at least it covers covers the e7 square, but I mean otherwise it's not participating. This pawn on c6 is just incredibly strong.
Yeah.
Those guarding the only square where if black could jump to d4, things would be a little different. And okay, all kinds of ideas like bishop a2, king g7, and then somehow coming with the king, I mean with the queen to e4 looks also very, very promising. Yeah. Because black can never really take on f5.
Oh, that would be really bad.
Black can never really take on f5.
Rook even like d6?
I mean, if this is not made, then nothing. Yes. Yeah? And then bishop comes back to b1, yeah. And no, this is horrible. So basically, black can never take on f5. He has to insist on his defensive setup. Yeah. But I'm not sure. Maybe even some rook f6, queen e8 is a threat already. I don't know. Yeah. This is all looking very, very bad.
Yeah.
It seems like Magnus is in total control and is about to win his third game in a row.
That's where things get scary. Let's see how's Fabiano's game.
Yeah, because that's if Magnus wins, he moves up to +3. So if Fabi wants to keep his lead, then he needs to win. And yeah. Magnus has taken on f6. Okay, we will keep an eye on the game, but we are moving now to Fabiano Firouzja. So we left it after rook a8, but many things have happened. Bishop b5, rook e8, knight before d5, the idea that we discussed. Yeah, black wants to give away this pawn in order to be able to fight for the d file. Rook f1 played and rook c5.
Yeah, you don't want to take on d5 as well and pin yourself. That would be a tiny bit annoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the big question for me, who is playing for what?
Yeah.
It's so difficult to evaluate this position. I mean, feeling-wise, I still feel that white should be better, but I mean, this d5 was the way how I also wanted to react. And
but isn't it tiny bit easier for black to play?
I don't know.
Because you're not really, like, you're not the one who is pressing.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's very direct. Because if I will have some good way, then I will actually consider it a serious advantage.
Yeah.
And it's good news for both players that it's very complicated position, but they both still have more than 30 minutes on the clock. It's nice, so they can take their time to... My question is, can I play a4 or is it too weakening? The reason I would love not to make this move, on the other hand, I want to stabilize my bishop and I want to play knight d3 in order to pose this double attack on the rook and the knight on f4. Mm-hmm. So can I...
Yeah, a4 looks really tempting, to be honest. And unfortunately my knight is pretty much tied on e6. I would love to place it somewhere else, maybe e4, but maybe that's why I have to play g5.
Yeah, but okay, such move like g5, okay, first of all I might
h4.
Play h4 instantly.
Queen g6 I can't play because of bishop d3.
Yeah, you have to play h6, you have to keep your structure. Okay, so we first get rid of this point.
I don't want to open up my queen and king and be piece down. Oh, this I don't want. Rook h1.
But you need this pawn on f4, yeah?
I need.
You need the f4 pawn, and one can argue that okay, your queen on f6 and knight on e6 gives so much stability for the king side that it will not be so easy for white to focus really. And the worst case scenario, when something happens, you can still run with the king. But yeah, opening up the g file, I mean the h file doesn't tempt me so much. But exactly that's why a4 is such an interesting, and a4 played, I think. It looks like Fabi has played a4. Yeah.
a4 is there on the board. Difficult decision now because knight d3 is a threat. Black wants to keep the pawn on f4 and he plays what?
Yeah, you can play d4 actually. What did he play?
Yeah,
D4. He played d4, yeah.
d4, and if knight d3 then rook f5.
Yeah. I mean, exactly just before. And they just agreed to a draw, or not that agreed because it was a dead draw already.
Yeah.
The game finished in a draw between Yu Yanji and Wesley So. So we can maybe just quickly jump to the final position.
Oh, perpetual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically they played till the end, but Wesley managed to hold the pawn down endgame and back to Fabi.
Yeah.
D4 was the last move and white to move.
This is very complicated, dynamic position, but that's what we want on the first board.
Exactly.
In the leader's board.
Exactly. I mean, it should be a fight, and I was disappointed yesterday and sad for Firouzja because, I mean, it was very unfortunate that he got such a bad position out of the so quickly.
He was not given a chance to.
Yeah, and look at this, what he's doing today. Yeah, that's why he came up with the kings. He wants to fight. He wants to get contra chances, not to get into such position where, with all his creativity, with all his talent, he cannot make any use of it.
Yep. And knight d3 now doesn't make a lot of sense because rook f5 is there. Maybe.
I mean, it makes sense, but what does it achieve? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, knight d3, rook f5. Can I maybe play bishop c4? Put some pressure like this, because after all, this knight on this is very harmonious, but you might start pushing your pawn.
F3
Yeah.
just. This.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, does not.
Not easy at all.
Does not look.
But on the other hand, also, how long can white keep the knight on b5 and bishop on b5? Yeah.
We have a question: what happens after rook f3? That's another way to continue the game, to double on the f file, but it doesn't really threat anything.
To be honest, I have the feeling that it's almost like a computer move. Yeah, that before you hear about it, you don't think about the move. When you hear, it makes a lot of sense. And I immediately felt like, wow, maybe this rook f3 is really good move, especially because we noticed that this f4, f3 idea was existing there at some point. And it's also good prophylactics. You cannot go knight g5 because the pawn is hanging. And I'm already not targeting the d pawn, and the d pawn is well under control and blockading it. Then why not to double on the f and go after the f4 pawn? And Fabi has made a move.
And that is.
And that is knight d3. That is the human knight d3. I mean, this move is smiling on you, yeah? And I mean, come on, there's a lovely little square on d3. Get the harmony, place your knight there. Rook f3 is somehow the move, really this mysterious move. If you play rook f3 instantly, then one even gets suspicious.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, wow, how did you come up with rook f3? Okay, if you think for half an hour, then you understand. One can understand that. Wow, you got so deeply into the position, you understood that why this move is good. But without computer have rook f3 to find instantly, it's almost impossible. Or just by pure luck.
Yeah. It's indeed very interesting move. Although black has his own trumps, right? Like queen h4 with g5 or something like this could have been played, or because I don't really see. It's a very nice blockading move.
Yeah, but the idea is to double and to put the pressure.
And then prepare knight d3. If queen h4, let's say rook f1. But also one question, do you really want me to give a tempo with rook f3? Because maybe instead of queen h4 I can go rook dc8. But after knight d3 I don't want to go rook c2 anyway. Yeah.
I also have some bishop d7 maybe.
Yeah.
I have some bishop d7. Yeah, very complicated position, but of course knight d3 is the first instinct for any good player. The knight has to come to d3. It's nicely blockading, and Firouzja is taking his time. Does he have a other move apart
than rook f5?
Okay, rook f5 in general is also a little bit ugly. You don't want to, I mean, what is this rook on f5 doing? But okay, sometimes ugly move has its purpose. It protects the pawn, and it's already enough argument.
Or he wants to go rook h5. Okay, rook h5, knight f4 doesn't really.
Yeah, because f1 rook is protected.
Yeah.
I was also wondering, can I use the pin? But there is no pin because the bishop protects, so I can easily take on e6. So in this sense, I mean, I feel like strategically in the position there are only two moves. I mean, rook f5 or almost some rook takes b5 sacrifice, which is clearly too much in this moment. Can I maybe play queen f5 with exactly this idea?
Yeah, queen f5, and when I move my king, let's say king a1, and there is actually 18.5K of you on Twitch. Thank you very much for joining us and for being with us. It's indeed very interesting round today, 10th round of Tata Steel Chess Tournament, and we have all leaders still playing their game. There was only one result so far. Yu Yangyi versus Wesley So made a draw in a very theoretical battle. We thought that it would be draw in a very quick way, but still we had a lot of moves there. And rook f5 played.
And we have a lot of actions coming up, really, because, okay, the Fabiano game versus...
this is the key game.
Firouzja is completely out of control. It's very interesting. And finally, knight dc, rook f5, rook f3 had been played by Fabiano. Here it looks much more natural, because first you got your knight to d3, and Magnus is very close to winning his game if he didn't win yet. We didn't take a look at the last few minutes on his game, and if he is winning, then he gets to +3, and it would mean that Fabiano, who is on +3, and Firouzja, who is on +2, have a lot of pressure. If Fabi wants to keep his sole lead, he needs to win.
He has to win, yeah.
Yeah, then he needs to win this game. On the other hand, of course, Firouzja will do everything in order to not to lose this game, maybe even win the game and fight for first place himself. So a lot of dramas in today's games. I mean, the real drama is especially in this one, because Magnus seems to be clearly better and is on its way to win his third game in a row.
Yeah, rook f3, rook f1. Of course, it is very interesting what would happen if white has all the pressure on f4 pawn, provokes g5, but we shouldn't forget that if, let's say, I play g5, then h4, g4 is also a move.
Yeah, especially now with the rook f3 position, because when we were discussing it, then it was still not possible. But so g5 immediately is possible. I might go rook g1, preparing h4. So you don't want to...
The thing is that I like my knight on e6 for now. Queen on f6 is also doing good. I don't want to move the rook on d8, because then bishop d7 type of moves might appear. So maybe if I place something, my king somewhere, but it's also fine on g8, yeah? I have hard times to find moves to improve my position.
Yeah, that's why one of the questions that comes to mind, what happens after knight g5? Because it kind of forces you to take, and then I take on h3. And I say that, yes, you gained a very nice pawn on f4. On the other hand, if you have to take, I take on f5. I still have 4 pawns. Yeah, you have lovely coordination, but if this knight somehow gets back to the game, then why should black have any problems? Of course, this knight on d3 is so lovely, and the bishop on c4 will also put pressure on f7, so it's a very difficult decision. A very difficult decision. And Fabi is walking comfortably, like if he feels that he has things under control. That's the impression he wants to signal to his opponent.
Yep.
And Firouzja made up his mind. I think he went g5.
g5.
Yeah, g5 is played.
I like it. Keeps more tension in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this knight g5, rook f4, knight takes h3 line feels a little bit awkward.
Yeah.
You don't wanna play like that.
Rook g1. And actually, once you play g5, then moves are coming. Yeah, you can play h6 and at some point, or queen g6, and then maybe move the rook out. Rook is not needed on f5 anymore.
Yeah, well, it's kind of tough to say, because g6, g5, yeah, protected nicely. On the other hand, now the knight from e6 has nowhere to go.
Right.
I mean, because before, at least this knight g5 was always an issue. However, then white would always answer it with rook takes f4. So difficult. And the players have to make their decision over the board rather quickly.
Yeah, also, now the more I look at it, like some kind of regrouping with knight f2, bishop d3, knight e4, or rook g1, also possible.
Is also possible. But okay, first I would love to start with rook g1. It's a move that, first of all, I feel like my rook on d1 is the only piece which is not really doing anything right now. Yeah. So where could I place it better than on this file, on the g1? On the g file? And now,
tough to say.
Yeah, already the question, is h4 a threat or not? Yeah, because okay, h4 you can always answer it with h6.
Yeah, maybe after g5 I can use a tempo and play knight c7. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but
it feels a little bit desperate.
Yeah.
And the part of desperate, maybe I have this pin. Maybe I can take.
My idea was to trick you, and
I
if
mean,
you play
usually
bishop
you trick
c4
me.
with queen c6, I have double attack. Is it correct?
Okay, anyway, I would go rook f4 and I would go for a mate. Usually you are doing this to me, so it's payback time now.
Did not work.
Yeah, it's also, I think, much easier because now I took the white side with rook g1, and to be honest, I'm liking white's position a lot. Somehow this g6, g5 to commit so early, I'm not sure.
We have a draw in Anish's game. Anish talkative as usual.
Okay, I think Anish is also quite relieved that he got rid of this position.
Yeah, now look at his face.
Yeah, he's telling Daniel, you know, if I would have been white, you would have not survived so easily. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe we can look at Magnus's game briefly, because I have a feeling it's gonna end pretty soon.
Yeah, that could easily be the case. So after rook e6, rook f8, Magnus went for takes, bishop a2 check, king f8, queen d3, knight e5, and Kovalev is down to 1 minute 43 on the clock in a position. But okay, at least he little bit stabilized. It's maybe just one move away from resigning because of some queen b4. Which move?
Why not queen d5 instead of queen e4?
Then knight f7 maybe. Maybe I can defend like this, but actually now this queen e4 looks very nice. Now rook d6 played.
Rook d6 tricks. You cannot take on e5 as rook d1, and you're losing not only rook but the queen as well. So
yeah, so one of the things is queen b4, king e7, you are in terrible pin. But for example, f6 check, I can still answer it with king d7, and it seems that I don't have to resign yet.
Not yet.
But I mean, even if you just take and you take here with check, it looks horrible.
Yeah, f7 is...
But on the other hand, for example, if here white is now not winning immediately, I'm starting with queen d1,
g4, yeah, or queen h5, yeah.
with some perpetual. So yeah, if you go for this line, you change something, you really want to calculate till the end, otherwise you have so many options.
Rook d6.
So rook d6 played, and now Magnus turn.
And we have a discussion in chat that rook e1 looks very good, looks crushing.
Wow, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, rook e1 is a nice little move because
just
black
wins the knight.
Yeah, black cannot keep the pressure
and there is there is our tweet. Daniel Carmali tweeted Magnus dealing with his last few mic opponents. I agree.
Yeah, don't give Magnus chance.
Yeah.
Guys, if you give him a chance, he will just crush you. So you have to be much more precise from the beginning.
Yep. So rook e1
and then it's over. Yeah, it's resigned. And look at Kovalev's face, like he's kind of ready to acknowledge that that's it. I mean, he knows that that's it.
Yeah.
There are no hopes.
It is a bit intriguing, though. Usually Magnus is very quick with such moves. Rook e1.
Yeah, but he has a lot of time. He has
maybe
56.
Rook d2?
He has 56 minutes on his clock.
What about rook d2?
Yeah, rook d2 should be played, but
then probably queen b4 check. No, queen b4. Okay, not so easy that rook e1 ends the game.
Yeah, I mean it ends for computers.
Yeah.
You remember yesterday there was this dramatic game at the end, Smirnov versus Abdusatorov, where also according to computer it was just completely winning, and I was always telling that no, to me this game is just continuing, and Magnus played queen b4.
He didn't play rook e1, queen b4 and f6. He goes for this.
I mean it was so natural and so tempting.
Yes.
Yeah? f6, king d7.
But we should not forget how lucky was Vladislav Kovalev in last 2 rounds. I don't know. Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah. So the question is whether Magnus winning streak or continues, right?
Yeah. One way or the other, the streak is there.
And it will end. One of the streaks will end for sure.
For
yeah.
sure. Guaranteed.
Yeah. King d7.
Yeah. King d7.
On the other hand, this is now it's a very forcing line. The white wins by force.
And now rook e1.
And now rook e1, yeah. So he goes for this. Yeah, I mean, humanly this looks very natural because this f pawn is very strong.
Taking is bad because of queen d4 and
check.
we lose the knight.
Yeah. I mean, this is so natural and so harmonious.
Yeah.
Because you got the pawn to the dark square as you wish. You have everything under control. The rook cannot move. So what does black have in the position at all? Knight c6, then queen g4 check. I mean, this is...
He also doesn't have that much time.
He doesn't have much time. Okay, this is now queening.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely more human.
Yeah, and it looks, this really looks resignable.
Yeah, or maybe our viewers meant that after queen b4 there is rook e1. We never know.
Yeah. Yeah, because this rook e1 is just finishing it off. Yeah, and look at Magnus leaning back on his chair, putting his legs up, like signaling to his opponent, you know, there's...
It's time to
design,
let me go, yeah?
I mean, haven't you had enough yet?
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
He had. If we look at his face, it's like, should I resign now or should I still make a move? Yeah.
Yeah, he also doesn't have much time, yeah? So he takes rook f6 and after queen d4
he will resign both.
Expecting the resignation. Yeah.
He cannot... Oh, no.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow, some more move here.
Okay, he... Queen e5, rook e5, anything?
Yeah, no, this is just... I will not comment it any further. This is...
Yeah.
That's it.
That's
it. So
lost.
Magnus is, I don't like to say early, but yeah, exactly. Queen takes d5, and now it's resigns.
No,
he doesn't resign. But believe me, it doesn't make any difference. I mean,
we're not in shape today. He resigns, and every time he's like, nope.
But this is already his problem. I mean, I just feel that he would do himself a favor.
Rook c6, but okay.
I understand if your opponent has 1 second on his clock, then you keep on playing. But Magnus has 54 minutes on his clock. He has a lovely bishop, because sometimes if you have a knight, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah.
I mean, completely winning, but there is some justification. But with this bishop,
and he resigns. He resigns. 3rd win in a row for world champion.
And another
Magnus
very
Carlsen.
smooth victory.
And another easy one. Okay.
Another Dubov, bishop g5, bishop f4 idea.
Yeah.
And it seems like whenever Magnus plays a Dubov, he just crushes his opponents.
That's true. And he plays, I think, Jan-Christoph Duda tomorrow. And then Artemiev, and then Wesley So. This is Magnus's opponents, while Fabiano Caruana is having Kovalev, Duda, and Artemiev. Very interesting what's going to happen. Very interesting. Definitely Magnus and Fabiano will be the ones chasing each other for the title and for the first place. But you never know what happens. Wesley is still there.
Yeah, Wesley's on +2, It simply seems that Wesley's last few games had been not really full of excitement.
We kind of forgot about him.
Exactly, but he's there with +2 in a very good position. So if he managed to win one more game, he's in the fight for the first place automatically. I mean, he's anyway far, but then...
and he has Magnus in the last round. So,
which is good or bad news? I don't know.
If he's playing for the first place, maybe it is good news, because then he has a chance to beat him and get title.
And he will get white, I mean,
and
it's
he has
Wesley.
white.
Yeah. Okay, then it's because to be black against Magnus in the last round doesn't really...
does not really strike,
as a great pairing, G5, Rook G1 played by Fabiano, so all of our eyes will be on this game, because this game has very big impact on the tournament standing, and Fabiano needs a win, and Firouzja wants to keep his dreams alive, and for that he needs to get something out of this game.
And people are telling me that Sopico, that's never good news if you have to play Magnus in last round. Okay, Although we have to remember that Wesley did beat Magnus Carlsen in Fischer random match. Nobody expected that.
Yeah.
And it was
unbelievable
match. So And in the opening ceremony, actually, it was very nice. You loved the opening ceremony. Yes. They gifted Wesley T-shirt or hoodie which says "Random Champion."
Yes, but actually, I was even talking about this with Vincent, that what "Random Champion" means.
Yeah.
Because it was not written Fischer Random Champion.
No, it just
so like you are a random champion. I mean, Magnus is the real champion. You are just some kind of a random champion. Yeah?
And we have the interview.
Magnus, and all of a sudden, everything is going your way again.
Yeah, I think today was a pretty easy day, to be honest. I mean, he made a couple of mistakes early on, and then I just had an overwhelming advantage in development, so it was easy to play.
And a move like bishop g5 and then f4, is that something to wrong foot him in the opening?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a slightly different line. And I mean, in some lines it's an advantage to have the pawn on h6, in some lines it's a disadvantage, but it forces him to think on his own, and I think it served its purpose quite nicely.
Yeah. And then after rook e1, he has a pawn and you have all the activity.
Yeah, I mean, I thought after Rook E1 I was completely winning, but then I mean, I chose a really prosaic way with with this knight h4, and I think after g5, knight g6 actually wins, like rook f6, rook e8, king g7. I think I can go knight h8. I'm just probably winning, but I thought there is no need, since what I play is also completely dominating, and it should win easily.
Okay, thank you.
Easy day for a world champion and third win in a row. Now he is one of the leaders of the tournament, and he will share first if Fabiano does not win his game, which is kind of the most important game of the round in Tata Steel Masters.
Yeah, and at the moment looking pretty good for Fabiano.
Yeah.
I mean, the game had been extremely unbalanced and we really didn't know exactly how to evaluate it. But at this point of time, I believe that this is good.
Anish, a short draw, but interesting nonetheless. And it's not very common. Did he surprise you in the opening?
Yeah, well, it's Daniel is a very strange opponent for me, because he is probably the only player who is more dangerous than me in the opening, yet worse player than me in the opening. So usually I'm used to the fact that, you know, opening is my strength and the rest less so, whereas now is the way around. So I'm struggling with this new situation, and I haven't quite managed to find the balance yet on how to handle him in that regard. So today I knew that bishop g5 is a dubious move for white because of c5. Sorry, I mean c5 is already there because of cd knight d4 e5. And then computer says that black is a little bit better. But yeah, I was a bit unsure because I didn't remember the details afterwards. And okay, I thought let's just avoid prep and just play safe. And then I missed knight db5, and then it's just close to lost probably.
Yeah, and from that point on, your position improved.
Yeah.
But you still didn't like it in the end.
After knight db5, I thought I'm going to lose immediately. So my first challenge was, I mean, at some point Vishy Anand walked by, and I saw the look on his face, and the only thing that made me happy at that point is I remembered he lost once in 6 moves with black. And I thought, okay, I'll lose in a little bit more. So, but yeah, actually, once we got an endgame, okay, at least I'm going to be able to defend a little bit. Yeah. But in the end, actually, he has quite big advantage, I think. Still, I don't know why he offered a draw.
Okay, but you talked with him after the game. Why did he offer the draw, or did he think it was equal?
No, I mean, when people offer draws in such positions, you can talk to them as long as you want. There cannot be normal justification. I mean, he just, I don't even know, because I don't even see any risk for him. So I mean,
his bishop is strong.
I think maybe the opening phase was over, so he lost enthusiasm for the game. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
It always amazes me how top players tend to estimate the positions, because when Anish is talking about his games or the games I play, he's like, oh, this is nearly lost. And it's just, I don't know, it's slightly worse now for me. But they already know that it's just such a bad end game, it's just nearly lost. That was a big statement for me.
Yeah, but to be honest, I had very similar thoughts about his position. But since you are sitting next to me,
that's why.
I didn't know how much I should tell you, open my heart about this position. But you remember that I told you that Anish is very unhappy in this moment, and he would be so happy with white, because for him this is like a winning position for white. If he is not winning this from the white side, he really feels that he had a terrible day.
Yeah.
And the point is, I also do know that after bishop e7, I mean after cd knight d4 instead of bishop e7, e5 is the critical move, just as Anish also said. The tricky part of it is that according to engine, after e5 black is better. That's the point. And then you start asking yourself, how on earth is Daniel entering a line which is supposed to be simply worse? But I did analyze this position, and it was complicated, but black was perfectly fine. On the other hand, if you are not trusting yourself, because what Anish mentioned about his fights against Daniel, I think that game in Moscow Grand Prix that he lost in this very strange kind of stuff, because there Daniel caught him with a line which didn't have a good reputation, and he lost it. And maybe exactly because of this memory he didn't dare to play e5, but if you start doubting yourself,
better not to enter.
Yeah, it's dangerous, because after bishop e7, I mean, definitely after knight db5, he was dreaming about, let me go back to the position and let me play e5. I don't care what did he prepare, but it's a position.
Yes, indeed.
So a great save then for Anish, because it's a big relief.
Yeah.
But what did happen? So after takes, Anish didn't play your move.
Yeah.
Do you remember that there was this knight b3? We thought that it's important.
He never listens to me.
Maybe he should. Maybe times after this game, times are changing. Because here suddenly what Anish meant that at the final position was still worried. Worried, and after knight b3, exactly this maneuver of knight b5, knight d4 was not anymore possible. That's why this knight b3 would have been a much more clever move. Okay, anyway, it was a tough day for Anish, but it ended well. And let's get back to the game of the day, Fabiano versus...
Oh, h4 happened, h6, hg, hg, rook h3. What is the threat? Queen h2?
Well, the threat is probably slowly coming.
Yeah, I suddenly don't feel that comfortable with black.
No, I think that already for quite some time it was not comfortable. And the problem is that it's so easy to play with white. And where is the counterplay for black? It's looking really, really bad. I mean, white can simply, thanks to this monster knight, slowly develop the initiative. And what can black do? I mean,
maybe now that I'm thinking that maybe knight g5 was more safer option, not to open up a position on king side, because now it seems that I don't know, I'm afraid, I'm scared something will fall.
I mean, okay, nothing is actually threatening yet, but I mean, will black play f4, f3 or not? That's kind of a question. It's not that I'm liking this move, but I'm not liking it. I don't like the position anyway. So then, if you are not happy, you try to change the character of the position. Maybe can I go f3?
What can I play after f3? Queen b4 doesn't bring anything, I guess, because knight c5.
Also you can maybe just king g7, rook h1 is a bit dangerous. I have to play knight c5.
And then I don't really see how to continue. I mean, what this check gave me. So maybe I will I'll just keep this one for now.
But it's kind of intriguing, that Fabi let f3 happen. I mean, his last move was rook h3. Basically, which means that he's not worried of f3.
He is definitely not worried about it. But somehow, if I play something like, I want a tempo, I want rook h1 and knight b4, then I'm happy. But now we are exactly there what I was really worried of when I told you right here at this moment that it's a very important moment, and I'm not liking g takes f4 decision exactly in long terms, that I believe that this structure doesn't have a future. And in the game we exactly see what's happening. And the other one, this with queen f6, bishop d4, queen f4, which at first sight looks like a war structure for black, but I do believe that this construction is somehow much more stable and solid.
That was my feeling. And then now here everything so-called went more or less logical. Definitely one can argue that black would have played somewhere something different, but I mean the tendency was always like white is somehow pressing, and thanks to this blockading knight, first of all it looked like a great idea for black to push this pawn, but finally it anyway got blockaded, and the blockade is much more important than winning this pawn.
Okay, h3, f3. It seems like f3 should be played, because if you give white a tempo, then everything will go in his way.
Yes, I mean, and in f3. And we are told that there is a result in the challengers group. Abdusattorov beat Warmerdam. So thanks to this victory, and after yesterday's dramatic victory by Abdusattorov, he moves up to +2, and he is just half a point behind the leading trio.
Yeah. And we had a draw in Ganguly versus Nihal game. Ganguly is having pretty decent, solid tournament. He's half point behind the leaders.
Yeah, he's also +2, yeah, just half a point behind.
And this is the critical moment in Tata Steel Masters, where we have the game of Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza Firouzja. The leaderboard, Fabiano is the sole leader, when actually Alireza was the one before yesterday. He lost to Magnus, and now he's playing Fabiano. Rook h3, f3, very... Oh, and another result.
Yeah, what did this...
I guess...
It mean?
Is it a draw?
It's a draw, yeah. Repetition of moves. White had some strong initiative for the sacrifice pawn, and repetition of moves. A good result for Vityugov, because he stopped the bleeding. He's -3.
Yeah, and black against Vichy.
Yeah.
It's really nice to draw this game. And back to Fabiano, because I think this is the critical moment.
Yeah, critical moment, but I just don't see any good move for black, and Alireza is also sitting there, definitely not happy.
Yep.
Not happy at all.
Serial bar, I guess, is what Fabiano took now to get some energy. f3, I think f3 should be played, and how do we respond?
Yeah. I don't know yet, but this fc is also not doing anything much.
If I play knight f2, knight f4 might be slightly annoying.
But then already fc pawn is hanging.
Oh, okay.
So even
then
that is
f2.
not entirely clear.
Yeah, knight f2, knight e4, or knight g4.
I mean, somewhere I would even love to sacrifice. I mean, just the light squares. I mean, something.
Yeah.
I need to do something, but the question is if I do it with f3, or can I even maybe think about, because the position looks bad. Black has to change the character of the position.
Yeah.
And rook b5, ab, queen f5, it reminds me of some kind of dragon, where you are rook down, but you have all those pawns, and you hope for something. But on the other hand, after queen f5, it seems like I can change the rooks.
And then rook is really big, yeah. It's like if it's a piece.
I don't know if king g7 is possible at all, rook d8, knight d8, because I'm not able to hit anything. If the knight gets back to e6, I don't know. It can be tricky, but
queen c2.
For the moment, it's a rook. It's a whole rook. Knight e6.
Yeah, knight e6.
But at least I have cemented my position at the cost of a rook. But I still have 4 pawns.
Yeah, doubled ones, but still good. One double pawn. Yeah.
I mean, maybe black has to think about this. I mean, the same like with f3, and then this rook takes b5. Or if one considers that maybe after f3 I will already not have time to take, because maybe white will move the bishop somewhere. than to take immediately, but taking immediately feels a bit early. But the idea is there.
And Alireza is not happy.
No, not happy at all, because there is no move humanly which can improve your position.
Yeah.
And you see all the improvements for white. So you are scared, you are nervous, you are frightened, and this is how you might come up with some desperate idea like rook takes b5.
But then, did he bluff today with the opening choice? He blitzed out the b6 knight c5.
Yeah, but he finally, I mean, at b6 knight c5 it looked like it's terrible bad position, but afterwards, thanks to this piece sacrifice, it got really messy.
Yeah.
So I think only after some really serious analysis one can finally judge the objective evaluation.
Yeah, although the thing is that when you prepare, you don't know what is the chance that it will happen in your game. So if you exactly know that your opponent is going to play this one, then you of course spend 2-3 hours to analyze exact this position, because it's still a piece sacrifice.
Of course.
But yeah, maybe he just thought that if this happens, there is this type of piece sacrifice, and it looks pretty okay.
Yeah, and time is ticking now, down to 11 minutes, and no clear sign yet from Firouzja that he's about to make a move.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at Fabi. Fabi is walking like he knows or believes that he has everything under control.
Yeah. It will be though bad news for Magnus Carlsen if Fabi wins today.
Yeah, definitely will not be that happy about it, but on the other hand, I think Magnus is now fully focusing on his tournament, and he is very much relieved that after this very slow start, and not just result-wise, but also playing-wise, opening-wise, nothing was really working.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everything started to go his way. Yeah. We see the Magnus we want to see, what we are expecting from Magnus. And this case, it's also much easier for him to continue the next games, because he feels like the flow is there. And Firouzja has made a move and he went for f3, yeah? We are not getting... Yeah, and f3 is played. Yeah, I felt like this move had to be played. Simply you have to change. If you feel like things are not going your way, there is a chance to change something, you have to do it.
Right. f3
and after f3 I already want to take this rook takes b5. I want to sacrifice my rook. I mean, this bishop is so strong and the knight is so strong. I need to destroy this construction. After all, the rooks, strangely enough, the rooks are not that useful in this position. The pawn chain is blocking the rook, but what makes white's position so attractive is this incredible harmony, which, thanks to a blockading knight, this incredible powerful bishop and the safe king gives for white. Once you sacrifice on b5, ab, queen f5, and if you manage to get the b5 pawn, then all kinds of perpetual check ideas are there also in the future. On the other hand, you can ask me, what are you talking about? You are a clear rook up, you are fooling around trying to grab a pawn. No, of course, I will grab it if I can.
Yeah, definitely there are ideas of exchange sacrifice and all what we've covered, but Fabiano will take a bit of time, and meanwhile we have a short break, so don't go anywhere. A lot of things is going on here in Vaikanse. Welcome back, everybody. It's us again, International Master Sapka Gormishvili and Super Grandmaster Peter Leko. 10th round of Tata Steel Chess Tournament. We have won a lot of games finished already. Magnus already won against Vladislav Kovalyev, and now it is about Fabiano. Will he win this game or not? If he does, he will stay as a sole leader, and then things looks bright for him. But if he does not win this game, then he might share first place with Magnus Carlsen.
And look at this, Firouzja down to 4 minutes in such a position, and the last half an hour he has been hesitating, he didn't know what to do, and now in this aspect I love Fabi's f3 bishop c4. Because you remember we talked about how black wants to change dramatically the structure of the character of the position, and any kind of exchange sacrifices with rook takes b5
C4, yeah?
was always hanging in the air. Of course it depends when and why and how, but it was there, and Fabi removes this option from black, putting some pressure on the e6 knight as well, because this knight holds many things together. So if you eliminate it, then all of a sudden black's king can be also much more vulnerable, and you definitely will eliminate it when you see that you have direct benefit.
Yeah, and I guess that it's important for white to keep control of the g5 pawn, not to allow g4 in one go. King e7 is played, but is king really safe on this side of the board? Because I still have some checks.
Yeah, you have checks.
And
probably there is no square on the board where this king could be safe.
Yeah.
That's exactly the problem, because believe me, if you are with the king on e7, you might be thinking about running to g7. But since you came from there, I mean, it shows that this king is not feeling safe anywhere in the position. Firouzja down to 3 minutes 21 seconds for 6 more moves in the position.
Is there something direct going on if I play queen b4, knight c5, rook e1? I don't know, what does this bring? If
then
it brings me something.
Maybe the trick is of Firouzja to provoke such action and then go back.
Okay.
And mean that if you
did not achieve anything.
Exactly, if you go to the other direction, I'm going back.
Yeah. On the other hand, after bishop c4 and king e7, there is always a chance to disturb this knight on e6, right? And knight e6 nicely protects the g5. For example, if I go rook h7, I might already be hinting that I want to take on e6.
Yeah, you might be. However, also watch out with some rook h7. I also thought about queen rook h7 when I spotted that somewhere maybe some queen g6 will maybe do some damage on the diagonal. It's maybe not there yet, but something to think about.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, of course, rook h7 looks so nice for white.
Yeah.
But this is still in combination with some f2. I mean, it's a little bit unstable. All of a sudden, white's pieces.
And it is now Fabi to take decision. There are many tempting options, like rook e1 is also one of the option, because if g4, then rook h6 is very strong.
Yeah, rook e1 is kind of the natural move. Rook e1 is a very natural move if g4 doesn't work, because of course you just want to make sure that g4 doesn't work. Otherwise, after king e7, it feels like black is asking for it. Before white played rook g1, the black king was on g8, and now, my friend, you try to run here, let me chase you further.
Yeah, and it seems pretty difficult for black to maintain control and balance in his position.
Yeah, maybe it's a moment, because we have an eye on Fabi, but he didn't make his move yet, just to quickly jump to Jeffrey Chong, because we are
That's one of the 3 games that are left in Tata Steel Chess masters.
Yeah, that it looks like he is doing very well in the endgame. Okay, he's 2 pawns up, but with this locking on h1.
Yeah, still some chances for
exactly.
black.
I mean, I would not dare to say that this is gone.
Yeah.
Usually any other type of position. And you remember we talked also about this, that seemingly white had a weak pawn on e5 in this moment. But we named that a5, b7, e7, e4 all are weak, and all these pawns had fallen.
Yeah.
And the players finally reached this endgame, and for sure black needs a miracle to escape here. The problem is that white can advance with b4, a5, and the bishop protects the b4 pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, so it would be a very big win for Jeffrey, because he started the tournament well, then he fell back.
Yeah.
But yesterday's great save against Duda might have given him a lot of new energy. Exactly. If you save such a position when you are -1 and facing the threat of going even further down, it gives you the chance to recover, and he seems to be recovering from it.
Pretty direct decision from Fabiano, as he took the knight right away on e6 and king e6.
Wow! Bishop e6, king e6.
The king is marching to the center, guys.
Where is it marching exactly? We don't know, but yes,
it is.
Yeah, I mean, in one thing black can claim, that unless you mate me, then it was good for me to get rid of the knight versus the bishop. The bad news is that maybe there is some direct win for Fabi.
Yeah, because let's show why did he take with the king, because if he took with the queen, then rook e1 is losing the queen, but if he took with the pawn, then after rook h7, you would love to have such pawns with e5, e4, and let's go, but the king is weak in this position, and soon it will be made, probably after king d6, something like queen h2, and if e5, rook h6 wins.
Yeah, also queen b4 check is possible.
I
mean,
yeah,
where is this king running? So yeah, king e6 is probably the only move. Yeah. Another question, what Fabi has in mind, how to continue. I mean, something like rook e1 is very tempting. Yeah, I mean, to chase the king. On the other hand, it's also tempting to leave this king there, and I don't know, for example, a move like queen h2 with the idea of rook h6 also
it's also in the
exists. Yeah, I don't know, it's looking all very
queen h2 looks very good.
Yeah, I mean, it looks very dangerous, and not just dangerous, it looks quite bad. Yeah, I mean, what to do after queen h2?
Yeah, queen h2, how do you defend?
Okay, I have to push f2, yeah? I have to stop at least rook e1, and you just play rook f1.
Yeah, rook f1. Yeah.
I mean, why not? What has changed? And even the f2 pawn is hanging.
Exactly.
And the deadly threat of rook h6 is still there, so you have to run with the king, no? King d7.
King d7, and
it reminds me of some...
There was no mate here. Ah, no.
Van Damme movie, and nowhere to run and things like this. It really feels like this. I mean, imagine rook h6. But okay, at least, thanks to the f2 pawn. Is it?
Rook c1. I wanted to play rook c1, but...
Yeah, because f1 queen is probably checkmate. Queen c7, or it's not checkmate, but I'm winning both queens.
Yeah, that looks very good.
Yeah.
So, queen h2 might be the decisive move in this game.
And Fabi is thinking he still has 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is an important moment, so we probably will stay here and keep an eye on this game. Queen h2, f2 looks like the only move.
Yeah, it's looking very good for Fabi.
The problem sometimes is that you have so many tempting options, like to give check
and
or
queen
to
h2
go...
played.
Oh, queen h2, yeah.
And
there
queen
you
h2
go.
played, yeah.
There you go.
I mean, actually, Fabi showing a lot of class
in this tournament.
In this tournament and in this game as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it was far from easy to understand how to deal with this position right from the beginning, but all his moves, all his decisions had been really very
precise.
Very precise, yeah.
Yeah, And if not f2, how else? Probably f2 should be played, because if you play king somewhere, then rook c1 is also very strong with all this.
Yeah, Firouzja down to almost only 2 minutes.
It's tough for 16-year-old, and tomorrow is rest day.
Yeah, tomorrow is a rest day, yeah. 5 more moves to make, 30 seconds increment is there, but the real problem is the position.
Yeah.
Because if the position would be fine, time would not be such a huge issue. But I mean, here one has the feeling, even if you think for a week, you cannot come up with any good solution. That's the real problem. And there are no practical chances, because White's position is so safe. The king on b1 is ideally placed. This knight on this is the real monster, which destroys destroys Black's position, and all those pawns are not really doing anything.
Queen h2, rook h6 is big threat now, and he has to make a move. F2.
F2 will be played, yeah, F2
rook
is played.
F1 will follow, yeah, pretty quickly. And still, rook h6 has to be done something against rook h6.
Yeah, and that's also one of the annoying things, that after f2 your opponent immediately has his move rook f1, so only your clock is ticking.
Rook g8 would not help, yeah.
Yeah, king d7. So they are running.
And now we thought rook c1.
No, we first saw the one rook h6 and then rook c1. Yeah, rook h6, queen e7, and now rook c1 was our line. Can I play rook c8?
Rook c8, yeah.
I'll play rook c8.
But there won't be mate here. Like if I take it f1, king a2, that's probably too much. I don't think I will.
Yeah, because where is the mate?
Yeah, rook h8 and king d7.
Yeah, I'm coming back. I can even already give my queen because I have another queen. Yeah, so one should also not get carried away, as it seems. So we have to pay attention. That's what Fabi is doing. King d7. Okay, first of all, this f2 pawn, if it really disturbs us so badly, then after rook h6, queen e7, we can just take on f2.
Yeah.
And it's a technical win, yeah. You have to take, and queen f2, and we don't have to mate. The mate will come later.
Yeah.
It's a completely winning position for White. Yeah.
On the other hand, if there is something more direct, you would spend like good 5 minutes to see, and if not, you just play rook h6 and rook f2.
I mean, you don't really want more than this, because it just actually completely winning.
Yeah.
The black king is still not safe and will never ever be safe in this game, and okay, White is setting some queen f3 invade there, rook f6, queen f5, everything, knight is jumping then to e5. This is hopelessly lost. So rook h6 is important. Rook h6 is important
h6
to kick the queen away. It
8
felt
minutes
like
for Fabiano.
Yeah, 8 minutes, and it felt like he almost was about to make a move, but he double checks, triple checks. He has so many options.
Yeah, he feels pretty calm though.
No, of course, yeah. I mean, there is
such
no need to be.
That,
I'm usually the type who is quite nervous during my games, but in this position, I wouldn't be that nervous.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
And he played rook h6.
Yeah.
Queen e7 is forced. Otherwise, queen d6, and black will find himself in big trouble if not mate.
Yeah, so maybe after rook takes f2, I have to try queen e4. It's the
queen
only
d6?
move. Queen d6. Yeah, no, then I can't. Okay, queen d6. I still continue.
Rook c2.
Oops. So I have to continue running.
Oh, this
running into mate.
But I
okay,
can
I mean
take
the rook on
D8.
D8. I mean, okay,
Yeah.
just
rook D8, queen D3, queen C8.
but
play.
even you don't want to take. You can maybe even mate me, whatever. Yeah, no, this is just hopeless. Just the little move rook takes F2, because after all the rook on F5 is black's best piece. Yeah, it kind of controls
Speaking
lot
of
of
rook on
squares.
F5, maybe I can play queen H3.
But then I'm gonna go.
Queen E4, rook F6.
I'm gonna do something and then G4.
Ah, that's true. So, don't be greedy.
Yeah, take this pawn.
Yeah.
Just be greedy.
Yeah, be greedy,
Don't
like
be greedy, but just be greedy. With rook F2.
Yeah.
Because also here the point is that once you take on F2, black has the feeling that all his practical chances have disappeared. Yeah. It's over.
Gone.
Because if you chase him, okay, chase me, mate me, but I already don't care. He has given up on the position. He knows exactly that this is lost.
But still, something bothers me. Like queen G2. I want to play queen C6. If rook C8 or something like that, then queen G4.
You want checkmate, yeah?
I want checkmate, yeah.
Yeah, queen G2 is also possible. This is Fabi's problem now,
queen
that
E2.
he doesn't know, I mean, what to do
but
with his
maybe
position.
queen E2, yeah, here. Yeah, queen C6, king E7. I didn't achieve anything actually.
Yeah, I just feel like, okay, take on F2.
Yeah, just
let's not forget the players are also quite exhausted, they are tired,
Yeah.
so everything which is simple and straightforward is really appreciated by the player, just as Magnus said. Yeah, he didn't want, he showed this fancy line with knight going to H8, he thought that it's nicely winning, but okay, why should you do it when you can just win in a technical way?
Simple way, yeah. It's just Fabiano is taking a bit of time, so I thought that maybe he's searching for some brilliance here.
No, it's the other thing that as white you feel like, how is it possible that it's no checkmate?
Yeah.
Let me checkmate my opponent. Yeah. There is this feeling.
Yeah.
There is this feeling.
He will move.
He will take the pawn.
He will.
Yeah.
Yeah, he will.
I mean, I'm experienced enough that if there is any movement by the body, I already know that which move will be played.
That is,
I mean, what that means.
Yeah, true.
Rook takes F2 and
it seems hopeless for.
Completely hopeless. Yeah. And
shall we check Jordan's game?
Yeah, let's take a look because this is just a terrible position for.
Oh, what is this?
Well,
a lot
first
of
all, an incredible time trouble because 42 seconds for Duda and 150 for Fan Forest, and they still have to make 7 moves. Exactly.
Uh-oh, body language doesn't tell anything good. Queen, where?
Where did it go?
Huh?
Wow! Yeah, this lovely perpetual check.
Oh, this is so nice.
This is just incredibly beautiful. So
this is so nice.
Let's just show that if black takes the queen, then all of a sudden white has.
But he has to, because otherwise f5 is hanging.
Okay, maybe queen e5 is still a move.
Queen e5, then knight f8.
Ah, knight f8 and checkmate. Yeah. I mean, I'm taking the queen. Yeah. Ah, wow! But this is.
This is beautiful.
How did it? Ah, okay. So it was probably from distance calculated.
He took and okay, this will be draw.
Yeah, it
this
is
is beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful trick, and we could see that
wow,
Jan Christoph was really disappointed when he missed this queen d3.
Yeah, we don't know if he missed or he hoped that maybe his opponent will not see it. On the other hand, that's why I quickly ran through the last 5-6 moves.
Yeah.
It seemed like Jordan was having things under control because he started this operation here with.
Pretty.
Here he broke.
Quickly, yeah?
He broke with b4.
Ah, okay.
And
he sacrificed.
He sacrificed, and it was a very deep, long line.
Amazing games by Jordan.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, look at this, because he had to see this. He had to see this queen d3 at the moment before playing b4.
Yeah, he forced the things, calculated
exactly
a very long line.
Because he felt like otherwise strategically is risking to be worse.
Yeah.
And okay, he always had a very good tactical vision.
Yeah.
And great judgment that this will work, and he spotted it. Wow, really, really nice.
Yeah, people are wondering if he won, but no, this is a draw because we had such reactions. But it is a very beautiful way to sacrifice your queen and give perpetual.
Yeah, I have never seen this motif.
Yeah, it is very
at
nice.
all. Yeah, yeah. I mean, chess keeps on amazing us each day.
Okay, so this one is draw, and we have actually one more game.
Yeah, we have the Jeffrey
game.
Yeah, I mean he's making nice progress.
This one will
and
continue for a long time.
No, not necessarily.
Oh.
I mean, maybe White is
already
winning it
pretty winning, yeah.
Pretty convincingly or not?
But what to play? I have a way to lose rook g2.
Exactly. I wanted to mention this, that so if your flag falls, there is immediate explanation why you are losing. Yeah. I will update to remove this because it doesn't do justice to the position. Yeah, but on the other hand, also very tricky, because his last move, but it's move 40, so he reached time control with rook g5 check. That how will he move the pawns forward? It still requires some technique. It's not elementary.
If rook e5,
White made a move. Jeffrey played rook d5. Yeah.
Rook
controlling
d5. I want rook d6.
I just maybe thought that since they reached the time control, maybe we should just jump back to Fabi, even though it looks like completely winning. But time trouble phase has finished there as well. So after rook takes f2, rook f2, queen f2, king c8 had been played. And this d3 knight is really just sitting there and winning the game, basically.
Yeah. d3 knight is an extra knight also, which gives more spice to the position.
Yeah.
Oh, what makes you think she's a witch? iPad. Speaking of a strong knight, as a tribute to Monty Python's Terry Jones, we're showing him as a knight. Okay, that was a good one.
The monster knight on d3.
And
yeah, this is now a technical win. It's a very easy technical win for Fabi.
king c8.
Yeah, king c8 was the only move, but simply nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Queen c2. What happens if queen c2? King b8, yeah, only move.
Yeah.
But now there is no more questions. What happens on what? White has
White
a lot of moves.
Winning, yeah. White is just winning. I mean, taking control of the long diagonal makes a lot of sense, and then some rook f6. But I even don't want to really analyze it, since it's clear that it's hopeless. It's hopeless. Maybe let's
take a look at challengers, maybe.
Yeah, and also to understand the overview. So we have just reached the time control in all of our Masters games.
Yeah,
and look at
played a5.
Yeah, he played a5, and look at the body language of Firouzja is showing it all. He knows that he has no chances.
Yeah.
He knows that he has no chances. What to do with this a pawn? If you let it go all the way to a6, it will be very unpleasant. If you take it, you opened up everything possible.
And we have interview of Jordan van Vereest.
question. It's very dangerous, positionally speaking. I'm basically just busted if he gets all his moves, so I thought at some point b4 is my only chance to make it messy in time trouble, and that worked. But yeah, I really didn't enjoy today's game.
And after 94, everything was okay again?
Yeah, I just checked the computer and it seems like that, but over the board I was really not sure. With just 1 minute on the clock, he has also the move bishop g5, after which I should play queen f3, I think, but yeah, seems like it was okay. I think he should have done something better before, but it was also not so easy for him in time trouble to see exactly what to do.
Yeah. And on the other hand, I mean, you saved quite a lot of worse positions in this tournament.
Did I? I don't know.
Aha, nee, I mean, when you're worse, you usually are able to make a draw, and also today.
I don't remember all my games, but it feels like only against Carlsen I was maybe slightly worse, but maybe I'm forgetting some games. But
maybe Caruana, Anand, but maybe.
Okay, Anand, I don't think I was under pressure really. Yeah, Fabi, I was just lost, so that was different. I was lost out of the opening, so yeah.
Okay. Still satisfied with your score so far?
Yeah, very happy to make a draw, especially before the rest day. So from this position, so it's good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was a shock, not only to Jordan, to all of us, because we were exactly talking about this, that not just result-wise Jordan is doing so nicely, but he seems to be having all his games under control. And he also couldn't remember anything. And the game against Magnus, what I remember from that game, that he was in total control, and he could have even maybe had very good winning chances.
Yeah, he could overtake at some point, but yeah, sometimes happens. Some weird questions coming in. Okay, but it was very instructive of him that in time trouble he was not sure that this trick was working, but he thought that it's anyway good to try it because it's a chance to mess things up in time trouble.
Yeah.
Very good psychological.
I mean, basically what he meant was that in this position, after h3 bishop b7, if white doesn't do any drastic things, then slowly black will most probably increase the pressure and win the game. However, that's exactly the moment, and in this case then maybe one can blame or claim that bishop b7 was a mistake, and maybe black could have just first played a5, making sure that there is no b3 b4 break, and just try to play this position. On the other hand, I'm not sure when you are sitting from the black side and you have little time that you think that this is such a decisive moment. Yeah, you feel like, okay, let me play a
bishop b7 is such a natural move also.
A quick move. But if you are sitting from the white side, I absolutely agree with Jordan that you feel like this is your moment. And especially if time trouble is approaching, okay, immediately start calculating, and then probably he spotted the motive. Of course, it's so complicated that if you are not spending too much time, you can never be sure, but it was a very nice way of dealing with the situation, and very nice escape by Jordan.
And this beautiful tactic of queen d6, queen d3, distraction, and securing a draw. Let's take a look at the challengers group, because we have two leaders facing each other today, Anton Guijarro versus Pavel Elianov. Ooh, that looks bad, no? Bishop b7,
I mean,
rook a7.
On one side it looks like black almost seems to have a fortress, because opposite colored bishops, everything, a lovely bishop on c5, but the real problem is that there is a very, very strong pawn on a6.
If no rooks, then no danger, it's a draw.
Yeah, or just imagine this pawn being on a4 instead of a6. Also no way to make progress, but thanks to this pawn on a6, white has this
bishop
move,
b7.
Bishop b7,
rook e2, rook a7.
after which there is no way to protect the a7 pawn. Now the question is, can you create some perpetual or some mating net? Because there is a mating net with king on h3, rook h2, bishop d6, but somehow you can't really get there. Because if you go rook f1, Bishop d5, bishop d6 check. I will come back to g2, of course.
f7 is hanging as well.
Yeah.
Looks pretty hopeless for black.
Yeah. And they just reached the time control, so Anton has the time.
And what happens in other games? So if actually Anton wins this game, he will be the sole leader of Challengers.
He moves to +4. Then Erwin Lamy stays on +3. He has drawn his game against Vincent Keimer. And
there comes the...
And then, a lot of people... Yeah, then Elyanov would fall back also to +2. And Abdusattorov and also Ganguly are on +2 right now. Maybe we can... Yeah, because this looks like a win. What else do we have there? There's a big game also between Jan Smits and Niels Grandelius. Wow, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, at least pawns are equal. Sometimes you have to do your basics, yeah? I mean, okay.
When it's such messy position, it's definitely needed.
Yeah, because it seemed like white is overwhelming here, black is overwhelming here. This pawn on AC doesn't really matter that much. But what matters is whose move is it, and it's white to move. And we have also here reached the time control.
Yeah, so this is the game of Jan Smits versus Niels Grandelius.
Okay, I believe black is pressing. I mean, it seems like black is pressing. Somehow this rook on a2 is very nicely placed, and the bishop on a4 is doing a good job.
Yeah, feels that if someone is better, it's probably black.
Yeah. So Niels, if Niels wins, then he's back to +2 as well. Yeah. So it would be a very important win for Niels. But there is nothing dramatic happening here. Time trouble has finished as well. So back to Fabi, and Fabi taking his time after BA5. So we again got the same position that black has 4 pawns for the piece, but however it's now such position that we don't count the material anymore.
Yeah. This is the position right now. The king is weak. 4 pawns for the piece, but the pawns are very weak as well.
Yeah.
And probably there is no way to coordinate. It would be nice if black manages to trade off the rook.
Yeah, I mean, of course, then at least you
some
feel
chances, no?
Yeah, then real chances, because then there are no more mating ideas or no real mating ideas. But unfortunately, you are very, very far away from ever getting close of changing the rooks here.
Yeah.
So how to finish it off? Yeah, that's the only question. Yeah.
Move candidates. We have a lot of move candidates. Queen f5, queen c2, rook f6, rook a6. I don't know. Even rook c6, rook c5 looks good.
Yeah, that was also one of my thoughts. That how to deal with something like this, and it would fit into the concept of Fabi. But can I then maybe play rook d6? And I also have some queen e4. I mean, feeling-wise, I never want to allow this queen e4 to happen.
Queen g3 check?
You mean it's not important?
I don't know.
Maybe it's not important, but I still don't want to give.
Yeah. I mean, everything looks so good.
Yeah.
That's sometimes problem.
I just want to make sense to align why he so quickly played a5.
Yeah.
So I assume that he already has some direct idea.
Yeah, the only thing is that you don't want to allow black to somehow consolidate with, let's say, if you play queen c2, king b8, and then queen b3, queen b7. You just, it's probably also good, but you know, you just don't want to give it to black.
Especially because the queen on b7 is perfect, and I'm not sure what this queen on b3 is doing.
So checks are not making a lot of sense. So many checks.
Yeah, especially not from that angle.
That side.
But okay, so how to finish it off?
If there is no direct one, I like rook f6 as well.
Yeah, rook f6 was there right from the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that he blitzed out a5 and now he's thinking.
Yeah. Just the thing is that if I play rook f6, queen e4, maybe I anyway have queen c2, check, and then I can just take the pawn, no? On f7, then queen b3 is also queen b3. Yeah, this looks, it does look very good, but where's the finishing touch?
Yeah. But at least I feel like I got my king to the corner.
Yeah.
After all these adventures, and I still have a G passer. I don't know what it means. The G passer, and there is some pin, and there is no mate immediately. So I feel like it's already something to build upon. And Fabi has played queen c2 check.
King b8.
Yeah, king b8 will be played.
And knight c5 seems to be a killer.
Yeah, knight c5
in this position
is a move that most probably will be played now by Fabi pretty soon.
Yeah.
And that would make perfect sense with a5.
Yeah.
That is knight c5. Yeah.
Knight c5 and actually knight a6. How?
Yeah.
How to?
This is the plan.
Resignation time. And we still have Jeffrey's game going on, but that's the end game, right? Yeah, that's this end game.
Yeah, so if Fabi wins this, then he keeps the lead. He keeps the lead. But he gets, no, probably both of them get 2 blacks from the last 3 games, right?
Yeah.
Probably both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so race between Caruana and Carlsen is most likely to happen. It would also be nice to see the last 3 pairing of those.
Yeah, I think Magnus is playing Duda, Artemiev and Wesley So, and Fabi is playing Kovalyov, Duda and Artemiev. So it looks tiny bit easier for Fabi, the pairing.
Yeah, on the other hand, he doesn't have white against Kovalev, which is quite an important moment, because not only that Kovalev is suffering in the event, but I do believe that there is a huge difference between his playing strengths with the white and with the black pieces.
Yeah.
And Magnus has black against So in the last round. That's a big matchup, and we should not rule out Wesley as well. Yeah. I mean, we keep on forgetting.
We keep on forgetting.
We keep forgetting, but he's +2. He is just okay, half point behind Magnus, and if Fabi wins, then 1 point behind.
Yep, and we see the standings so far. Fabiano Caruana is the sole leader.
Yeah, so he would be moving to 7 points.
And if he wins, he would be moving to 7 points and keeping his sole leadership. So after that, Magnus is the one who has 6.5 points out of 10. Yeah, and he's the only one.
Yes, and then Wesley and Jordan would be 3rd, 4th with 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. So still lot of action ahead in the next rounds. But here the problem is that the position itself is over. There is no defense for Firouzja.
Yeah, he has time to think, but unfortunately it won't help him. There are so many threats and tricks in the position that you cannot defend all of them. It's an extra piece, weak king.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Jeffrey's game just to see if we have anything new.
Well, bishop went to d8, so rook d5, king g6, and bishop d8.
He doesn't want bishop b6, right?
No, I think he wants bishop b6, yeah. He wants bishop
he wants
b6.
because also if bishop b6, you're not obliged to take with ab, but you have rook d6 and rook b6.
Yeah, but I mean AB is
AB is
also
also
very,
winning.
very attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, with rook getting behind the pawn.
Right.
The question is, what kind of counter chance can black really create in this position? This is the
Not so
real
easy.
question. Because I don't see any. I mean, black is missing the pawn from h3.
Yeah.
Then it would be a completely different story. But like this, it doesn't seem. Whenever black checks, the white king has a lovely, almost I said lovely escape here, but it is a lovely escape because after bishop g1 there is rook g5
Rook
check.
g5. That's nice.
But in general, it's incredible. If there would not be rook g5, then
That
after
would be a blunder.
bishop
Yeah?
g1, black would be winning. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's incredible. Yeah,
Unfortunate.
that. I mean, when you have such strange construction, then you have to be careful all the time. And that's why if white gets the bishop to b6, then all kinds of mating threats have vanished and white can start to chill. But
Bishop
after bishop
d2
b6, you have
maybe?
h4 still.
And if I play bishop d2 right
You wanna
now?
go bishop d2? Can you do? Can you do this?
Not sure about anything. It looks pretty bad. I can even play something like
Yeah, I can also play bishop
bishop
e7,
b7
if I
or
want.
rook e5. Yeah, anything.
And I
yeah.
not only have bishop b6, but I also have bishop
Bishop
c5.
c5. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks.
It looks like Jeffrey is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely. And it's black to try to show that it's still not that easy.
Yeah.
Because it does look like.
And rook d6 was played in Fabiano's game. And now let's find the mate. Shall we find? Queen h2. Win.
Queen h2, rook h8 is also a very nice candidate.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, but
too
I
many
think
options.
it will be over pretty soon.
Yeah.
Anything, yeah. Just not probably queen. No, even queen b3 is fine.
Yeah, I mean the only way to
Yeah.
blunder and rook
Rook
h8
h8.
check has been played.
Rook d8 maybe, but then
No,
queen,
then queen
b3.
Then queen b3. The only way to blunder everything away is queen h2, king c7, and to
Knight
assume that
e4.
knight e4. Oops,
Yeah.
check,
Yeah.
and black wins.
Knight b7 can be.
Yeah, but
Right.
just of course, if white
Yeah.
has rook h8, then you are not. Other options.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It seems over.
Yeah. And there is only move, yeah, king.
King c7.
8 played, but
A6.
it's the same, yeah.
Yeah. Queen b3. Anything. Queen h2 also.
Okay, queen b6, king c7.
Maybe
yeah.
queen h2. Yeah, king c8. Queen h3. Yeah.
I don't want.
Yeah.
Not that this is any good, but I mean, I would like to. Because here it feels really resignable.
Yeah.
And
Queen
I want to force this
Queen b3.
resignation.
Queen b3. And after king c7, queen b7 now. Queen b7 and knight
Yeah, that was
e4.
the line that
Or-
was there. What? Okay, king e6.
Rook h6.
This king is getting hunted.
It's winning. now.
Hunted hill.
Yeah, queen b7, king d6,
And besides, you can also
rook
play rook
h6,
h6 here.
also, yeah.
You can play f6 here.
f6
and then the king is not
yeah.
running away. You can even choose what
What's
how you want to finish it off. And yeah, rook h6.
Rook h6 and I guess okay, still playing f6.
f6, rook f6.
f6. Queen f6, 94 or just 94?
Check
yeah.
first. Yeah, now everything is falling apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the designs.
And there we are. Sole leader of Tata Steel Chess Tournament after 10 rounds. 3 more rounds to go, but tomorrow is a rest day.
Yeah, tomorrow is a rest day. I think now Firouzja also needs this rest day very much after these 2 losses against Magnus Carlsen and against Fabiano.
And we see updated standings after 10 rounds. Fabiano Caruana is the sole leader of the tournament, 7 points out of 10, and Magnus Carlsen is on a clear second place with 6.5 out of 10. With 6 points, Wesley So and Jordan van Vereest are sharing third. Tomorrow we have day off and then Magnus will play against Nikita Vityukov is playing against Daniel Dubov, Alireza Firouzja is playing against Vishy Anand, Vladislav Kovalyev against Fabiano Caruana, but with white pieces, as we mentioned, it's different Kovalyev. Jan Christoph Duda against Magnus Carlsen, Vladislav Artemiev against Jordan van Vereest, Wesley So versus Jeffrey Chong, and Anish Giri versus Yu Yangyi.
Yeah. Yeah, very important win for Fabiano. Putting the pressure on Magnus.
Yeah.
Like, okay, Magnus, yeah, you have won 3 in a row, but it's still nothing. Yeah,
yeah.
It's, I'm still ahead. And yeah, this, I mean, the pairing was very tough for everyone, that after facing Magnus Carlsen, you are facing Fabiano.
Yeah.
And
Vishy Anand.
Vishy Anand,
yeah.
This is a very difficult 3 round, but I think that for Firouzja it should be a very special moment that he has played against these 2 guys, and yeah, he lost both games, but he is just 16. He has to learn. He has so much to learn, and
yeah.
I think people when last 3 he had to win the tournament. That's exactly what Firouzja should not be thinking about.
Yeah.
Because he's gaining the experience. He will have so many super tournaments coming up, but in these games he really got the feeling that what it means to play against these guys when they mean it extremely serious.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. 2 days in a row he's been struggling versus world champion and world number 2 Fabiano Caruana. And this endgame between Jeffrey Chong and Vladislav Artemiev seems to be going good for Jeffrey. Rook f2 was played, but it allows a6.
Yeah, I mean, rook f2, I don't know what... he wants to go rook f1 check. I mean, if you go a6, I go rook f1, and we are in a... It's a draw, no?
G2?
I keep on...
2. Oh.
It's a perpetual, or you run into the mating net.
Oh, that's sneaky.
Yeah, so...
Last trick.
Be careful after rook f2.
Okay.
So you might...
Bishop b6 still?
Or you might move back the rook. I mean, bishop b6, yeah, it stops this, but... I mean, still it feels like...
King h3. King h4.
I mean, it felt like maybe you don't have to give it, but maybe it's possible.
But he cannot take it now, yeah?
I mean, my other thought was just to return to d1 with the idea, let me check what my opponent wants. He wants rook f1 check. He's not really hunting my f3 pawn, yeah? I mean, any pawn race should be won by white.
Yeah.
In this position, but on the other hand, you are absolutely right. If bishop b6, for example, wins, then it wins.
Yeah, it wins.
But can I play h4? Maybe can I now play h4?
I'm afraid to lose this game.
Can I try to trick you like this? Yeah. Maybe I have a move like h4, and if white would go h3, then suddenly black has a
perpetual.
But it's not a perpetual. Also, it's a mirage. But then finally.
No, I will go rook king h1. I want my draw.
You want your draw? Okay. I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied with the draw. But yeah, that's why. Somehow one has the feeling that as white you don't want to give all these options, so rook d1 comes natural. And yeah, you also don't want to allow h4, h3. Yeah, you don't want. Yeah, this is a danger. So if rook d1 is played, you have to take on f3, right? Yeah, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Yeah, otherwise you are not achieving much. On the other hand, how do I queen my pawns? I mean, it was nice that I mentioned and explained that I'm winning all races, but how do I queen them? Yeah. So, shall I play bishop b6 anyway? But bishop b6, can you play bishop b6? Bishop b6, rook d6. If I take rook d6, king f5. Takes. I don't know, is it? Okay, f pawn is. F pawn is some counterplay, yeah. I mean, with this active king, I go here and these are moving forward, but I mean, this is. Yeah, I have to come probably also with. No, this you should never enter. No. This is way too risky. After rook f3, I was just actually intending something else. There was an idea to play bishop h4, claiming that I kind of trap your bishop. You still have bishop a7 as a square, but after bishop king a7, f5, king g4. You have also king f5, right? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, okay. After rook f2, then still some chances for black. Yeah, I mean, as long as the white king is in this mating or perpetual check. Yeah. Net, it's there is some hope. Yeah, so there is now a clear threat of rook f1, rook f2, perpetual. But I still want, I mean, if I just go here, and very primitive, I go behind my pawn, and I just start pushing b5, b6, b7. Why to go behind and why not b5? I can also put, whoops, sorry. I mean, this line is not decisive, but because I thought it doesn't matter. I can push b5, you anyway, I assumed you go rook f2, and when I thought that I have rook b1, I felt like that's it's enough. Though, can I go b6 instead of rook b1? You can, of course. And then rook b2, a6. Yeah, you can. You can do this. Bishop b6, rook d6. I just was not sure if f3, yeah. I need to calculate this or not. Yeah, I mean, it seems to me that rook d1 is good enough, and I don't believe that black should take the pawn. Maybe after rook d1, black will somehow try to go back, but how to if you go to a2 already, I can push b5 because the bishop on d8 is perfectly placed. Rook b2? And if you play rook b2, then okay, if I push a6, at least I cannot push so easily. Yeah. That's the idea behind. That's how black can still fight. And meanwhile, Anton has won his game against Pavel Elyanov, so it means he is the sole leader. Yeah. So in both tournaments, in Masters and Challengers, we have sole leader. Masters, Fabiano Caruana is leading the tournament, and the Challengers, Anton Quijaro is leading the Challengers. Yeah, this was the position which we already discussed with bishop b7. After the time control, yeah, so white played bishop b7, black played king e5. The last trick, because if white grabs the pawn, then black gets the chance to play king f4. And then rook e2, and then perpetual or mate. Yeah, there is still the pin, so white has to unpin with rook a8, and then rook e2 comes, and actually black has probably draw almost guaranteed. It looks very dangerous for white all of a sudden. Okay, maybe it's even lost. This position is lost. And after rook f2, I still have king h3, but I mean, you just don't even want to look at this. After king e5, king f3, there is no more king f4 trick, and there was nothing else than to design for Pavel Janov. A great win for Anton.
Yep.
And David Anton Guijarro is the sole leader. And we have the standings of the challengers after round 10.
Yep. And David Anton Guijarro is the sole leader of challengers with 7 points out of 10. Erwin Lamy is clear second with 6.5 out of 10. So we have kind of similar situation in masters and in challengers as well. 7 points is in both tournaments the point, and 6.5 clear second. Nodirbek Abdusattarov, Surya Ganguly and Pavel Alyanov are sharing the 3rd, 5th place, and Lucas van Foreest, Rauf Mamedov and Vincent Keimer, Nihal Sarin are sharing 6th, 9th place.
Yeah, and Niels, if he managed to win, convert his advantage, we assumed advantage against Jan Smeets, then he will move to 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
So he can make a big step forward and join the
sharing third place.
Yeah, exactly. So we left it here after rook a2, and Jan Smeets, this was always his trademark. He was playing the Botvinnik, and he was marching with his king. Now it's not Botvinnik, but with the king march remains, and he needs to activate the king. He cannot rely on defending the c2 pawn. He needs to go active, and the position is still very tricky.
Yeah. King d4. There we have the players.
And I know Jan actually quite well. We have analyzed many times together in the Monaco Amber tournaments organized by Van Ostermoke, one of the best organized tournaments in the world. Fantastic memories for everyone. And there Jan Smeets and Erwin Lamy were many times the special guests coming up, coming from Holland, and I think they have learned so much, and that's where we got really very good friends, very close friends with Jan and with Erwin. We played a lot of table football together, and very intense battles were there. And I know how much Jan enjoys the beauty of chess and this fighting aspect, and believe me, whenever he has a chance to start marching with his king in the center and it's not checkmate,
he has a chance, he does it,
then he's very happy.
Yeah.
Whatever the result, he's very happy.
It's good to have him back actually, because he was pretty active until I think 2013 or 14.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah.
And then he took some time off. He was not playing that much, though it was never that he never played a game. He was always playing some Bundesligas or Dutch leagues. But it's good to have him in top tournament and challengers. So far he is doing pretty okay. Yeah,
and in fact we are informed that his official last tournament was the European Teams Championship in 2013 in Warsaw.
Yeah, that's 7 years.
Yeah, that's 7 years.
A lot of time.
Yeah, and I don't know who is better and what is happening here. No clue. No clue at all. It's such a mess.
After king c3, king d4, anyway, this a3 pawn didn't matter.
Yeah.
So,
and these are also the typical scenarios of Jan Smeets games, that you never exactly know what is happening. That's why he's also so happy, because his opponent is also in total mess. And the only difference is now that after move 40 they both have time. Usually they have this with few seconds on the clock, and everybody is shaking and Jan is enjoying the
adrenaline.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
And we have
do we have some other games there in the challenger, because the tournament hall is really getting pretty empty. One result we did not mention, or two results. Rauf Mamedov versus Lucas van Foreest has ended in a draw, and Anton Smirnov won his game with black against Dinar Salvakasova. So after yesterday's terrible shocker, he managed to bounce back with a victory.
And go into the rest day with a win. It's always a nice Nice thing to do. Okay. Shall we take a little break? So we will take
Well, just before the break,
Okay.
Niels has played rook a2 and offered a draw.
Oh,
I have just seen that he played rook a2 and offered a draw.
oh, that's interesting. What is the time situation?
No, okay, they just finished the
40,
time
30,
control.
yeah.
So very interesting, because exactly at the moment you were announcing the break, I thought that, there is a draw offer.
No hurry, Sopiko, no hurry.
And we haven't seen the reaction of, because if Jan reacts the way like, no, my friend, there is no way of draw, then we can have our break and the game is on.
Exactly. Or if he goes like in a deep thought,
Yeah.
then he will, I think he will take his time, for sure.
Okay, or maybe the players know that actually this rook a2, rook a6 is kind of a repetition, I mean forcing repetition.
Oh,
Because it was this
you
situation.
cannot give up c3 pawn, c2 pawn, of
Yeah,
course.
or if you push c3, then the rook will
Oh,
get
yeah.
too active,
That's,
and the bishop also activates itself.
yeah.
On the other hand, Jan cannot think about, if it's really about the repetition, then why did he offer me a draw? If he offer me a draw, he doesn't like his position, he doesn't have enough confidence, then maybe let me try to play this position. Yeah, there are a lot of aspects, and we also don't know if Niels had offered a draw because he's worried of repetition with king c3, which he is most probably not, or simply c2, c3 move irritates him, after all.
Or he just thinks that, okay, it will anyway.
No,
But
no,
c3, if you play c3, okay, you have the king on e5, but then what you gonna do with
yeah,
one king and
let
one
me play
knight?
c3. Let me play c3.
Okay. Oh, it gets interesting.
No, just in order to
No break.
understand that why did he offer a draw, and
Yeah.
why is Jan taking his time?
What if I play king f6 as well?
Oh, don't be a spoiler! Don't be a spoiler! I wanted you to continue chasing my king, and I felt like I'm hiding on c5, and I would say hello, hello.
I'm taking on c7 and so on, yeah.
Yeah, and you wanted to go to f6, but I can still take on
Take
c7.
on c7, yeah.
But since you are giving it to me, I don't feel like taking. Yeah, I'm expecting.
You don't like
you know,
gifts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at least skeptical about those gifts. Yeah, and there might be
Double checking.
something behind that.
Is this pawn poisoned or not?
Okay, let me
No,
take
it
it.
doesn't look like.
But okay, Jan is taking his time. We promised the break. Let's have a break. There is too much tension. I can't take it anymore, you know. Okay, let Jan decide, and then we take it from there.
We'll be back shortly. It was very nice idea to take a short break as Jan Smits made his decision and he agreed to a draw.
Yeah, and he exactly agreed just now, a few seconds before we came back.
Yeah.
And yeah, the position is very wild. Of course, the players know how they reached there. They know the dynamic of the game. So he did take his time. So it was not obvious at all if he wants to try or not. But finally, common sense prevailed and a draw was agreed.
Yeah, draw was agreed, and we still have one game left in Tata Steel Masters, which is the game of Jeffrey Shonk against Vladislav Artemiev. It seems like Jeffrey is calculating how to win this game because he just has 2 pawns on A and B file.
Yeah, 2 passers, but I mean, it's incredible that this position is by far not obvious how you are going to win. And let's not forget, he already spent more than 25 minutes after the time control, which had this exact position. So he didn't make any progress. He did try. He did try with this bishop d8. It looked like this is very nice and it finishes the game. And all of a sudden, this rook f2 gave black contra chances. We also didn't see a clear way how to continue. And now bishop h4, rook a2 has been played.
We have same position once again.
Somehow it's impossible to believe that this could be a positional draw. But on the other hand, I also feel like there is, I mean, a lot of pressure on white, because you feel that as white that this should be a win, and then you don't see the win, and always you see all these contra plays for your opponent. You need somehow extremely precise calculation to understand how you can finally win this.
Yeah, and just for the viewers who are interested, why shouldn't we move the pawns? Let's say if we play rook d6, which is not a good move, I think, king f5 and a6, then the problem is that the bishop on e3 and the rook on a2, they both control these pawns and we cannot make progress. So once you play a6 and b5, it's easier for black to blockade on dark squares rather than if you play first b5 and then b6.
Yeah, and there is also this concrete problem here that black can play rook a1 check, king g2, rook a2 check. And where do you go? Yeah, because king h3 is not recommended because of bishop g1 and oops. And king h1 would be repetition of moves. And if you go to f1, I can in fact simply collect the h2 pawn, and the rook goes back to a2, and I will have a passer myself on the h with this incredible strong bishop on e3. So it's by far not obvious. And not easy at all, and during such game you can, as a player, get confused.
Yeah.
Because
how
you
to
just
progress.
Yeah, how to progress. My king is locked, my pawns are not moving. I tried this bishop d8. I mean, bishop d8, bishop b6 idea looks very, very natural.
Yeah, if he tries bishop e7, then once again rook f2 is the move. There is not big difference, I guess.
Yeah, I believe so. And that rook f2 is played.
But I liked very much bishop d8, rook f2 and rook d1, the move that you just suggested.
Yeah, but maybe then even with bishop e7 it's even better maybe. I mean, what was our problem? Our problem was that after rook d1,
rook b2,
black was not taking but was simply going back, and it was again the question how to continue. But if the bishop is already on e7, then your pawn is protected.
Yeah.
At least you win a tempo, even though I'm not 100% sure. But
what it gives us.
Yeah, but then really, why is Jeffrey not playing bishop e7? There should be a reason. Or bishop e7, maybe
king f7.
He's concerned of king f7, bishop c5 and h4. Is that an idea?
Wow.
Because this idea of advancing the pawn can be really annoying. Just to illustrate that if white would exchange finally get rid, the problem is that suddenly king is very far, and rook e5 can be met by h3 and black is winning the game.
That's incredible. Rook g1 e2, yeah, or
king g1 just mate.
No, rook g5, sorry.
And otherwise, then I'm just pushing my pawn and it wins.
That's it. Wow, rook d2.
And rook d1 next. So there is a lot of dynamics. Of course, one can argue that okay, here white can then play h3 first, right? But this kind of construction is
h3 and rook
also not
A1.
entirely clear. But okay, if you keep checking me, then at least here I can go out of this box. And if I get out, it should be a win.
If I get out, then it's...
Because it's not the number of pawns, the quality of... Aha, bishop d8 played. So he moves the bishop back.
And after rook f2, we are... we will wait on what did he decide? Rook d1 or anything else?
Yeah, interesting also to see the body language of Artemiev, how he... Okay, definitely now with confidence he will move the rook back to f2, also signaling his opponent that, yeah, I know that it's not easy.
Yeah.
I mean, even a repetition of moves is justified. Yeah, that's another thing he can. Yeah, and he moves rook to f2.
But sometimes the danger of repeating moves is that you... Okay, rook d1 is played.
Yeah, rook d1 is played.
But at some point, if he goes rook d5 and rook a2 again, it will be threefold repetition, of position. So...
Yeah, but probably he has already anyway calculated his ideas, but our blocker was rook b2, right?
B2, yeah.
I mean, okay, not like blocker, but yeah, we discussed that it's not so easy to move, so most probably now you have to defend the pawn with bishop e7.
Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, we should play this.
And if king would attack my bishop, then can I play bishop c5? Now again, I believe you have to count on, but if I covering the first rank and I will move my rook to a1, then how are you gonna stop this pawn?
Yeah, keeping the c5 pawn as well, it's not gonna be easy.
Interesting to see how is Artemiev reacting to it. I just don't understand, why did Jeffrey include this bishop h4 and then back to the 8? Usually you can say he gained the 30 seconds, but since he spent a lot of time, he didn't gain anything.
Yeah, exactly. What about rook b2, bishop e7 and h4?
Yeah, then this was really a question, but I thought that no way this is a problem. Okay, I take it.
I'll take.
You take, and now I'm out of the mating net.
Yeah. But I will have bishop a7.
You still have a lot of activity. Yeah.
I still have. Let's say if I go.
You go
rook
rook
b2 anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. A6, bishop a7, and my king is logged.
Yeah. Rook
b2 played.
And bishop e7. So we're guessing the forced moves.
Yeah.
Still good.
Yeah, and probably black has to do this because. And can
h4, can I play h3 though?
Yeah, exactly. This is one question, and another one just to play bishop c5 anyway. Rook a2 is played. So
okay, that's also interesting because now the bishop is on e7. I cannot play b5. When
you cannot play, and you also. But b5. Can you play bishop c5? Oh. What about this move, bishop c5?
So
but you don't have to react. Yeah, I mean, in case if you take, then I feel like
this is winning.
I'm putting a rook behind it. Should be winning. Yeah. So black should not take. Black would most probably play h4 and then king f5 and wait how white will try to improve.
Yeah.
Further.
I guess Jeffrey will take a bit of time to decide on bishop c5 or how he can continue the game, and we have actually Fabiano Caruana's interview ready.
I can say score in years.
For me it is, yeah.
You must be very pleased.
Yeah, I'm very happy with the game, how it all turned out today. I mean, he surprised me, and he was playing very quickly in the opening with the King's Indian. He knew the position for sure better than I did. I was completely unfamiliar with knight c6, and I didn't like my position very much. I felt like after g5, g5 is of course a strange move. I'm forcing him to play a very attractive sacrifice, but I thought I'd rather make it concrete rather than play a move like long castle or something. He plays e6 and it gets very tactically dangerous for me.
Okay, but what do you mean? That there was this possibility that he already prepared this and that it was winning for black?
Well, when I looked at g594, it didn't look winning for black. I mean, it seemed pretty forcing that after he plays rook e8, knight c2, take, castle, and gf4, bishop d4, and it looked like we get this position almost by force. And it wasn't clear to me what the evaluation is, but I didn't feel like I was worse. And I had this strange feeling that I might get my knight to d5, for example, or my bishop to the long diagonal, and if I don't trade queens, then his pawns are really not moving at all. So I had the feeling that I was on the better side of a complex position.
Yes, because in the resulting position he has 4 pawns, but it's probably difficult for him to find a good strategy.
Well, the funny thing is that although he has 4 pawns, he would really love to get rid of his d-pawn. Because once he gets rid of it, he gets the d-file for his rooks. And with the d-pawn on the board, it went to d4 later and it got blockaded there. His rooks don't have any where to go, strangely enough. Like the rook that was on d8, it can't go to an open file like c8 because there was always bishop d7. And the other rook ended up going to f5 where it was obviously misplaced because it has no moves there. So I felt like the fact that he has 4 pawns, they're not particularly good pawns. And if he starts pushing them on the king side like he did, his king ends up getting very weak. But of course I could also have misevaluated the position.
Thank you.
I was on the better side of complicated position. That was very nicely said by Fabiano. Game and show tiny bit what he was talking about. The moment he said that he mentioned was g5.
Yeah, he also said that after knight c6 at all, and we already, I'm not an expert at all, but I have never ever seen this type of reaction against h3. So surprised, but of course usually if you don't know this move, it indicates that it cannot be that good.
Yes.
On the other hand, it can be maybe much better than its reputation. Right. And this is what Fabi had to face. So f4, knight d7, g4, c6, we get to this incredible crazy mess right from the beginning. Takes, b6, knight d4, knight c5, queen f3. And one thing we already discussed live in the studio is that if black just plays slowly, then he's busted.
Yes.
So he needs to create counter chances right away. So bishop b7 and
g5 was met by knight sacrifice, knight fe4.
Yeah, and as we learned from the interview, Fabi had to face this situation that maybe this is all part of the preparation of once he calculated this force line till, and he assumed that f4, bishop d4 is kind of forced. Then he saw that it's no way he can be worse, yeah. And it's clearly complicated, but white is definitely perfectly safe, so he can go for this position. And for me, it will be very interesting to later, if I have a chance to consult the computer, to understand whether my feeling of this queen f6, bishop d4 and taking the f4 pawn with the queen and playing this position, was it better or worse, or made no relevance at all?
One more thing in that game that for me was very the pawn on d6, but he also mentioned it that if you keep this pawn on d6, then are pretty passive. Rook place to go. While you take it, you have the position. Rooks get the d file. That was very nice concept.
Yeah, that was the concept of the whole game, and this concept prevailed.
Yeah.
And really, this is the fascinating stuff about it. When you start counting the pawns, it looks like, black has 4 pawns for the piece, but he would love to have only 3. Maybe even he would be the one pressing. And Fabi, of course, was never interested of capturing this pawn. He kept the balance and the harmony of his pieces. The king b1 was a very nice little move because the king had to be moved from the c file and still keeping an option if whether knight b4, knight d5, or the bishop will land somewhere. Rook c8, bishop b5 tempo, very nice. Rook e8, knight b4, already threatening knight d5.
Very nice regrouping, yeah.
Yeah, so d5 was kind of forced, and yeah,
a4.
It seems like if Alireza did everything right.
Yeah.
The only problem was that, I mean, practically speaking, it's much easier to play with white, and maybe
he ran out of moves somehow.
He ran out of moves. I mean, especially after g5, it felt like his position is not good. But sooner or later, you can assume that you will have to play g5 anyway.
Anyway, yeah.
So Firouzja already chose here to go g5, but from this moment on, we suddenly had this feeling that this is one-sided affair.
Yeah.
And Fabi has proven it. The question was, can Black somewhere make a desperate sacrifice?
He didn't give a chance.
He after didn't give a chance, and when there was a chance, it looked a little bit too premature. That what does this rook b5 do?
Yeah.
But nevertheless, in hindsight, maybe Firouzja will think about it. Maybe I should have, because after all, just 2 more moves. f3, bishop c4, king e7, and after bishop e6, already mating attack was coming.
Yeah.
And Fabi has shown very precise play afterwards, and he won deservedly.
Yeah, very precise calculation and very nice game from world number 2, who is the sole leader of Tata Steel Chess Masters. We have one more game going on, Geoffrey Zhang against Vladislav Artemiev, and what we suspected has happened. Rook d1, rook b2, rook a2, bishop c5 and h4. Now the question is, will he play h3? He cannot really take on e3, then he will give strong passer and counter-attack to Black.
Exactly.
So h3 I think is kind of forced, because allowing h3 is also disaster.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, but he's also taking his time, which shows that he has respect for the position.
Yeah.
He understands, because okay, you play h3, it means that whenever you take on, for example, I just play king f5. Whenever you take on e3, my king might get an access to the g3 square as well. So taking on e3 is never really an option, but if you don't take on e3, how are you going to progress?
Yeah, on the other hand, you also had in mind that h3 is a nice escape square for my king in case of rook a1, rook a2. But now after h3, it's taken away. But White has to do something. He cannot allow h3, so I guess best is anyway to go h3 himself.
Yeah, he can play h3, but it's clear. Look at his body language. I mean, if he would be happy and then he would be playing h3, but he is not happy at all. I'm not even sure that he believes that he is so much better, or he is winning, or whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because look at Vladislav is sitting like this, very confident, showing that, yeah, you have 2 pawns, but it's like some incredible type of position. Yeah, I have a lot of counterplay.
Yeah, exactly. And don't be fooled by computers. It might be saying that this is winning position for White, but over the board it's pretty tough to play, because you have a lot of things that you want to take into consideration. You don't want to allow this, you don't want to allow that, and you have to be very precise. Also 14 minutes to go till the second time control, which is move 60. Time is not a problem at the moment, but okay, it's still ticking.
Yeah, I do feel that it is a problem, since White could have reached this position almost automatically right after the time control. Let's not forget we had this position and time was ticking down. He already spent now around 40 minutes for all these moves, and no real progress had been made. And meanwhile, he was always bothered by the fact that Black gets counterplay.
Yep.
So finally, bishop d4 is played.
He does not go for h3. He allows h3.
Yeah, but with bishop d4, because he wants to go rook a1 now.
Ah, that's tricky.
He wants to go rook a1.
Maybe I can play bishop d2 then, now.
No?
Bishop d2?
But bishop d2, then I'm gonna play rook a1. This is winning.
It is, yeah. If I take a6 and
a6, and then my king is
king is coming.
Yeah, if you get h3 and you get that's a different story. Then you lock me. But like this, I'm winning. So in fact, this bishop d4 is a very, very nice little try.
So rook
a1 is a threat. How big is that threat? So let's imagine you go h3, rook a1, and you move the rook, for example, also to attack the bishop with rook d2. Then the white bishop moves back to c5, and then the a pawn marches. This is white's idea.
This is brilliant.
And then black can do nothing.
This is brilliant, really. Bishop d4, that's very strong. Allowing h3, rook a1.
Yeah, it's very much like a study-like position. There is even a question that, what about the rook endgame? Takes.
And h3.
h3, but then I just come back and I will be going behind any of my pawns, and then I'm winning. No matter that you have the h3 pawn. So what to do with black?
It's tough.
Maybe Jeffrey has found
maybe rook a4.
Wow.
But now you can take on e3.
But I don't want to take on e3. I'm scared to take on e3. Yeah, if this e3 pawn and then some king f5, king f4, and it's too much. I mean, my first thought was somehow to do something, but what is this something? Yeah, rook a4 is a very nice move.
Yeah.
Because bishop c3 can be met by rook a3.
Okay, great, yeah.
You're insisting of pushing my bishop. Can I play this
bishop
very
e1?
Ugly move, bishop e1, yeah.
Oh my
h3 and now I start to push.
Okay. But I'm still there. I'm still alive.
You are absolutely still alive. And it's very funny that there was a bishop from d8 protecting the a5 pawn, and now we have it from e1, yeah, as if we turned the board.
That's it's really funny. How can I stop the pawns? That's the question. Or can I stop it at all?
Yeah, now I'm starting rook b1.
b1. Yeah, if rook b3, then just b6, yeah.
Then just b6. Okay, actually I'm not yet queening anything. You can play, for example, this. I go behind. You can even make some. Okay, what move you make?
Can I play?
Because I'm stalemated here.
Can I play rook b2 instead of king f5?
You want to mate me, or?
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Yeah, rook b2, rook g2 doesn't make any.
Okay, I will always move my bishop.
Yeah, and I wanted to kind of rook c2 back. No, this shouldn't work. Even b7. No,
somehow
b7,
it will. Yeah, this is already out of control.
Yeah, king f5.
No, the line I was somehow counting on and was trying to illustrate was that since the king is locked here and there is b6, let's suppose I'm putting king on f5, you go here, I should not let the bishop out, so I need a good pass, for example, king e5, but king e5 I cannot play for my idea. Okay, let me play king f6 then. So what I wanted to show that if takes a7 I can take and play rook b1. This is my resource, and you cannot really protect the bishop.
And king e5, rook e7 would be there.
Yeah, if king e5, if king f5, then rook e7.
That's beautiful.
Would be there.
So then maybe you can actually stand like king f6, king f7, or king f5.
But then it will be check.
Ah, so king f6, king f5.
Yeah, but does white have a move here or not? That's another, because everything is already, and the bishop has no squares, yeah?
Oh, that's true.
So is this like a mutual zugzwang or not? I mean, some things to, I mean, that's why I mean this 13, 14 minutes is not a lot of time to figure all these things out.
That's incredible.
that even in this moment...
It's actually very instructive endgame.
It's incredible endgame. I mean, it's so fascinating. My only problem is that I'm afraid to talk nonsense because I have no clue what's going on. I'm just guessing and
you never
making
talk
moves.
Nonsense. Come on, Peter.
Yeah, but I feel like, because it's not like I'm controlling the situation. You know, I like to be in control, not like... but yeah, rook a4 is a nice move. Rook a4 is a nice move because you just cannot allow rook a1.
Yeah.
Because if rook a1, then white gets a methodical win.
Rook a4, and if I go bishop c5 back, then okay, I will come rook a2 anyway.
Then I come back.
Yeah, bishop was on c5. So bishop c3 has to be played.
Rook a4. Yeah, Artyom is trying to gather all his strengths for the game. It's a fascinating endgame.
Yeah,
it's just incredible. Yeah, two passers there, everything seems to be under control and still.
But a king, yeah, like
so difficult. Yeah, so difficult to make progress. Incredible.
Well, we can show once again the line actually we were looking at with rook a4, bishop c3, rook a3, bishop e1, forcing h3, and now maybe we shouldn't hurry up with b5 because we had problems with b5, rook b3, yeah?
Yeah, so you want to go behind,
I want to go behind, yeah. Rook b1, rook...
Yeah, it looks good enough, yeah?
Yeah. Looks really good. Rook a2, b5, I don't get anything then.
Yeah, so then...
It seems that bishop c3, bishop e1 might be winning the game. And...
But this case... rook a1, I was wondering, can I stop bishop c3? But the real strat is rook a1.
Rook a1, yeah.
How to stop rook a1?
Yeah, that's the thing now, how to stop rook a1. We can take a look at the results of today, what happened in round 10. Then
also very nice to have this picture of the playing hall with only two guys left.
Only two boards. And here we go. Daniel Dubov drew his game against Anish Giri. Yang Yu drew his game against Wesley. So a lot of draws. Jordan van Foreest had a very, very interesting game. Precise calculation where he kind of, for a second you would think, oh, he blundered the queen, but there we go. It was 3-fold repetition and perpetual check. So Jordan van Foreest drew his game versus Jan Christoph Duda. Magnus Carlsen continued his winning streak and beat Vladislav Kovalev in probably a very one-sided game. Fabiano Caruana beat Alireza Firouzja in a crazy King's Indian, and Vishwanathan Anand drew his game versus Nikita Vityukov. We have standings right here. Fabiano Caruana is the sole leader with 7 points out of 10. Clear second is Magnus Carlsen with 6.5 out of 10, and with 6 points, Wesley So and Jordan van Foreest are sharing third and fourth places. Let's take a look at the challengers as well, and standings of challengers is David Anton Guijarro is the sole leader of the tournament with 7 points out of 10. Clear second is Erwin Lamy with 6.5 out of 10, and third place is shared between 3 players: Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Surya Ganguly and Pavel Elyanov. Tomorrow is a rest day. Very much needed rest day because the tournament will have last 3 rounds, and we all know that that's the most important part of the tournament. Last 3 rounds, always the most important.
Yeah, and usually the players are extremely exhausted, so this rest day is really nice to gather all your strengths and then give it all in the last 3 games, because we see there is so much tense fight going on for the first place. We have a big race between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, and also Wesley So is there, waiting for his chance.
We shouldn't forget him. He is playing Magnus in the last round with white pieces.
Yes.
Yeah, so that will be very interesting. Tomorrow is a rest day. Thank you everybody for tuning in, for watching us, and we will be back on Friday. Have a good evening.